If you ain't talking and you don't know how, say Shady Groove's gonna show you how. Just move your feet or get out your seat. You got to listen to the sounds of the funky beat. The first thing that we like to say when you grooving with us, we like to say, hey, to the big brother Smitty and Wood. Hey, to everybody from out of Wakefield, yeah. Hey, to the sweet lady Linda and Lily. Hit me one time, fellas. Wherever you like to say, hey, to the big brother Shine and Tony. Hey, to the big brother Clifford and Bird. Hey, to everybody from TC2. One time, fellas. Wherever you like to say, hey, to the big brother people and Bird. Everybody from outside your neck. To everybody standing up to wake it up. To the pocket fellas. Those who are the ladies and gents at the party on the weekend having fun, yo. Don't do it for the ladies and the gents at the party on the weekend having fun now. Now all the fellas in the band.
Good morning. Oh, is it morning? Yeah, it must be the morning in the USA. It's 6. Is it 6? No, it's 7:24 Eastern Standard Time in the US, and it is 1:24 p.m. Central European Time. Hey, how's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, and it looks like everybody's doing well because y'all seem very chipper. Y'all out there talking about. Let me see. What did the comments say? Good morning. Yeah, that means somebody's having a good morning. Good morning to you too, Andrea. Let me see here, Sister Andrea Wagwan. Yeah, you don't say Wagwan. That sounds like you having, you're in good spirits. Wagwan sounds like that. Big up, Jade. Yeah, giving Jade big up. Let me see here. Also from me. Jay, big up to you, bro. Yeah, what does Wagwan mean? Yeah, that's a good question. Wagwan is patois. Yeah, for what's going. Yeah, what am I talking? Why am I even reading this? Yeah, it means what's going on. What's up? Wagwan, what's gone? Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Do-do-do. Wagwan, Shaka, Wagwan, Shaka. Like the video. Yeah, Shaka's been putting in real work and he's hated, by some, loved by many, hated by some. Apparently there's a lot of people scared to go after Shaka all of a sudden. Shaka is the devil in some people's eyes. In good and bad, good and evil, there's always that time where evil tries to promote all of a sudden become good and point good out as evil. It's crazy. Yo, the chill room. What's up? Bill, the chill room and Big Cheese and fam. Yeah, what's going on? Welcome. Good morning, Pumpkin. There you go. Pumpkin, good morning to you. And let me see here. Donnie. Yeah, good morning, Donnie. It's 8:24 Eastern Standard Time. Oh, really? Oh, right, because the time, I don't know. Is there something wrong? Oh, I think the daylight saving time changes at a different day, different part of the day. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later tonight. Who knows? But it's coming. That's true. I gotta adjust that. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, Donnie's in the house. Now let me see here. Today's program. Let me go to today's program here, real quick, and it's always useful. Now, if a hit, what they say is hit dog holler. So if you think this is any particular person, I would tell you it's not. This is a whole host of people. So don't take it personal. It exists. Sometimes you got to remove yourself from it and just look at the bigger picture and think about what have people been talking about for a while. Behaviors that include, exclude, construct, and destruct. And we might as well wipe out part of this and just get down to the nitty gritty. Let me see. Yeah, let me, there we go. Now I'm gonna put that up on the screen just so everybody can see it. Because this is two sides, construct and destruct. That so you can look at one and understand that the other is the opposite. You see what I mean? So, but I will just pull it up on the board here. It's this one right here: behaviors that include, exclude, construct, and destruct. Um, Let me see here. Let me go to this one too. Also, see, and this is what it looks like: behaviors that include, exclude, construct, and destruct. Yes, and so now I can go back and just get that chat open. I'm gonna put a little uh, poll up in there in a second. But here's the thing: we can just get straight down to the one side of it, and what is to exclude or to destruct, right? Let's look at the negatives. Let's say destruct and go with destructive behavior, right? Um, so let's pull that up. Let's see what we got here, and let's take a look into toxic behavior. Toxic behaviors, right? Anybody can Google this, by the way. If you want me to pull it up for you, I mean, look, you could take a look in the take a look. I typed here in the search engine toxic behavior in Google, and this is what comes up. You see, take a good look at these things. The first 9 of them, let's go over them. You've heard me mention you heard me mention some of these before. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm telling you, you can have no peace, you can have no community, you can have no upliftment if these behaviors are not confronted. Also, not just from the outside, but from the inside. And think about it. It's okay to think about things in retrospect. Um, Sometimes people get caught up in their emotions, and you let somebody draw you into a battle, or for whatever reason, you don't know it. Maybe it's emotions from way back that's still lingering in you. Maybe it's something that happened 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 50 years ago, or yesterday or today. Whatever it is, maybe there's some reason and you don't realize it. It's good to think after you take an act. It's good to think about it a bit and ask yourself, was that wise of me? What made me act this way? What made me behave this way? Why am I always in these jams? Why am I always in this situation? You see what I mean? Uh, well, the first thing that comes up on the list here is gaslighting. Gaslighting is a toxic behavior. Playing victim is a toxic behavior. Jealousy is a toxic behavior. Dishonesty is a toxic behavior. Being overly competitive is a toxic behavior. Manipulation is a toxic behavior. Hold your boundaries. Yeah, maybe. We're gonna look into detail. Control, judgment. Oh, I see. Yeah, they get lighter. Actually, let's get from the top to the bottom. Gaslighting, playing victim, jealousy, physical abuse, positivity. Toxic positivity, when somebody can't do no wrong, they doing wrong, they doing all kinds of crazy shit, and you still like, go, yeah, yeah, I support it. Toxic positivity, conflict avoidance, lack of accountability, lack of empathy, right? Dishonesty, being overly competitive, manipulation, they always have to be right, walking, guilt, lying, very selfish, right? Very selfish. Hold your boundaries, control, judgmental. They leave you feeling drained, blaming, judging others. They are judgmental and critical. You dread spending time with them. This one is interesting, though. They leave you feeling drained. They leave you feeling drained. Um, yeah, they leave you feeling drained. That's cold, man. Now let me go into the first one. Let me go back over here. This is at random from Google. Gaslighting. Gaslighting is a colloquialism. Damn, colloquialism. I'm sorry. It's because, I'm speaking another language too, so I have to change how my mouth is moving this morning. Um, Gaslighting is a colloquialism loosely defined in manipulating someone into questioning their own perception of reality. The expression Let's go into it deeper. The expression, which derives from the title of a 1944 film, Gaslight, becomes popular in the mid 2010. Merriam-Webster cites deception of one's memory, perception, and reality or mental stability. Now, if you heard me many times address someone as being mentally abusive, mentally violent, and I said gaslighting over and over and over. That's because this person wants to explain some situations where they conveniently skip over facts, try to create another reality. And they do that to explain bad behavior, while you should accept bad behavior and you should blame yourself for the bad behavior that you received from others, right? So, in other words, if somebody curses out your mother, your child, and your daughter, it's your fault. You did something to provoke that out of them, right? Any other facts, they will dismiss. They will dismiss when you call the person a fake advocate. They will say, "Oh, that's the worst thing on earth," when that's the legal, that's what you call it. There's nothing else in English. You didn't call her a B word, a H word, all these other foul words. You used in that person's language the accurate, respectful phrasing, fake advocate, right? Because that person said they were an advocate for women and children, and they allowed someone on their panel to curse out women and children. It's very simple, very simple. The opposite of what they said they were doing. See, at that time, those women and children did not matter, even in word, even in word. See, words are free. Words are the lightest part of it. You can respect somebody in the least amount of way through the words that you use. Hey, you see how people came in here? Good morning. Good morning. That doesn't mean the person that said good morning to me is responsible for feeding me all day long, or going to, make sure the rest of my is responsible for my morning being good. That means, hey, I'm feeling good. I'm positive, and I hope you are too. That's a good word out to you. You see what I mean? Those things matter in relationships. Those things matter. Language is a sign of who you are, of what you do. And doing is another part of your relationship. So if your words can't be kind, your words can't be accurate, then what about your actions? Can your actions follow? You see? It's very important to understand that. So, gaslighting is the term that I used because I recognize that a person knows what they're doing, but they're pretending that they don't know, and they want me to take the blame after I've been assaulted myself by someone. It's just gaslighting. That's all it is. And a lot of people do it and they don't recognize what mental abuse is, psychological abuse is, psychological violence is, mental violence is. There's a lot of people that don't know that because they've never bothered to read up on it. You know, maybe that's they consider it normal in their community. Let's talk about the conscious community. What's normal in the conscious community is a lot of toxicity. Toxicity. Do you know, if you watch one of these platforms per se, or two of them or three of them, right? You will see people cursing each other out, cursing out all kinds of things, cursing out black people, cursing, you will see all kinds of poor behavior. You will see people doxing each other, right? Doxing each other. Can you believe that? Just on a debate panel, someone to find a need. That's called overly competitive. That's also called, let's go back. Look at this. Look, being overly competitive, right? But that's also, let me open this one up. Can y'all see these words? Oh my God. Where's it at? That's also uh what is it? Overly competitive. And there's also another word in here that is when you're out there doxing people, you know, blaming, judging others, Lacking empathy. Well, that's one thing. I guess you could say toxic positivity. Um, yeah, but overly competitive is one of them. Okay. What other which one of these other words can you see in the toxic community? I mean, in the you may as well call the conscious community the toxic community, right? Where things go on. What which one of these other words is there? Let me see here. Yeah, fussing matches and not debate. Fussing matches and yes. Oh, check this out. What about what about damn. I I would say there's a lot of gaslighting going on, man. There's a lot of gaslighting too. Yeah, fussing matches and oh, playing the victim. Um boom, playing the victim. How many times have we seen that? We even seen the king of the conscious community play the victim. We've even seen that. That's crazy. The king actually played the victim. I mean, let me see here. Well, we've seen dishonesty. There's just dishonesty is on the all-time high in the conscious community. Just look at this. We also seen control, right? People using scrupulous means to control others. Like what? Like doxing them, like what do we call it? What do they call it when you you get someone to do something because you're keeping extortion, right? Control. Extortion is a part of control, right? These behaviors might stem from jealousy or lack of trust, but they can also suggest a need for control, both of which can contribute to relationships. Uh, Such insecurities can drive individuals believe that by exercising control, they can prevent undesirable outcomes. Let me see here. Okay. Now, let me go back here a little bit. Boom and boom. There it is. Okay. How do I shut this one down? Right. Um, right. Jealousy. You know, it's funny because when you come to YouTube, right? When you come out to go on panels, um, participate, just using YouTube, right? Um, a lot of times people have goals, like, more than one goal. Like for myself, I told people a long time ago, even on Shaka's panel, when I first started going on his panel, that I saw, when I ran back into Shaka online, I saw opportunity to do a few different things. A few different things. That's what let me know, aha, this is the right place for me because there could be one, two, three, or four different things I could accomplish right here that was on my bucket list, on my checklist. You see what I mean? And learning YouTube was one of the things because I didn't know nothing about YouTube. I needed to learn, and I wanted to find a useful way of learning, a good way of learning, a practical way of learning. And I could see Shaka's been online forever, right? So he would know those things. So if I participate and observe what he's doing, I will learn from that. So I already knew I could learn from him. You see what I mean? And there's a lot of things that I had to learn. There's not just the mechanical part, but there's the theoretical part, right? But also, it was the content that he was putting out, history, religion, these kind of things. Now, I'm a history buff. I love history. And I'm always trying to sharpen up on my history. I'm always trying to sharpen up on my knowledge of history, mankind, right? And so I knew that check two, that can happen over there, right? Check three, um, how would I be able to participate, maybe even introduce myself on YouTube? What type of panel could I connect with? What type of place is best suited for me? Now, I had been around to maybe one other, maybe two others, and they were okay. They were okay. Don't get me wrong, they were okay, but there was maybe a few things I didn't really, that wasn't really that, it wasn't really something that really made me that deep. Now, discussing things like polite, that I thought that was troubling. That was worth a little discussion. You know, um, uh, pedophiles and scammers and these kind of things, bloodsuckers. That was worth it. I could see that. Community bingo, check four or check three or four. Community. I do care about community. I mean, how can you not? You care about what's going on. When you see people, you know, you're supposed to identify with these things. Um, if you grow up in these same communities where these people exist, right? So that was another checklist. So there was more than one thing that was there that I said, aha, you know what? This place is a good place for me. That's good. And on top of that, Shaka's one of the best, so I can learn from him, and he has good morals and principles. Notice I didn't say anything about being perfect. I didn't put a load of responsibility on anyone about being perfect. But when I say being perfect, I really mean that. I don't mean like being a rapist and then talking about, well, I'm not perfect. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about having solid, good morals and principles and then saying, oops, but I'm not perfect. From time to time, you know, I could actually make a mistake. And if I do, I apologize. That's what I mean by saying I'm not perfect. 2 seconds, please. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. That's just my door. Sorry.
Say what now? Gonna do the left all the L costume, y'all. Keep up now. Oh, ride that socket, y'all. Man, we got special dedication out. One out to the big brother from Unity, y'all. Gonna be with us later on in the show now. Put your hands together and welcome Shady Blue! If you ain't funkin' and you don't know how, say Shady Groove's gonna show you how. Just to move your feet or get out your seat. You got to listen to the sounds of the funky beat. The first thing that we like to say when you're grooving with us, we like to say to the big brother Smitty and Wood.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, that was my delivery, my food coming. I ordered some food because it's a holiday today, and I didn't want to go to the store, and I didn't feel like cooking or anything. So I'm off today. So I was like, yeah, let me kick back and get some sleep, and then wake up, order, and then do some things online. But but yeah, notice I didn't say perfect. See, in relationships, people don't have to be perfect. You you won't have many relationships with people if you're expecting people to be perfect all the time. You won't get it that way. It just doesn't work, you know. But is not being perfect an offense? Is not being perfect a crime? Is not being perfect um, an egregious act towards another person? No, no, it's not. It's just, hey, I'm not perfect, man. I said I was going to be like today. I was supposed to be here at a certain time. I'm a little late. I'm sorry, y'all. You know, um, maybe maybe your delivery didn't get there. I might have quoted a time where I thought it would be there. Maybe the delivery's a little late, or maybe who knows what it is. Maybe I forgot something. Um, but these are things that happen, and people have language like "I'm sorry." Um, yeah, that usually does it. I'm sorry. That could do it for a mistake or even an egregious act. you know How much they weigh on weigh out in the end, who knows how much they do? It depends on what you've done, you know. But here's one thing: hold your boundaries. Respect for personal boundaries forms a bedrock of any healthy relationship. These boundaries, whether they're emotional, physical, or intellectual, wow, that's deep. You see, it's very important when you're dealing with toxic people to understand that if they don't respect your boundaries, you have an obligation to respect your own and set some boundaries and limits to them so that they understand what you're willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept. You see? Because everybody that has toxic behavior doesn't really know it. You see? Relationships are an integral part of our lives, providing us with the companionship, love, and a sense of belonging. They can be a source of joy, comfort, and personal growth. However, not all relationships are healthy. Some are toxic and cause emotional distress and harm. The behaviors can range from subtle manipulations to overt forms of abuse. So, recognizing this toxicity is a first step towards addressing them and seeking healthier dynamics. When you recognize it, you have to speak on it. And that's what I've attempted to do, you know, when I'm confronted with some toxic behavior, right? I usually point out which type of toxic behavior it is. And what I've found here on, so far is that in terms of what I've experienced, and I'm not talking about experience a lot, what I've experienced and I've witnessed, um, gaslighting seems to be a very popular thing in the toxic conscious community. Gaslighting with some of the people that are given a whole lot of opportunity for some reason, playing the victim seems to be very, very big. Uh, but the gaslighting is also part of the playing the victim. Um, that's part of gaslighting. Again, playing the victim is when the person who is, like it comes from the background on it is comes from like prostitution. Let's see here. Gaslighting. Right. It's a form of psychological abuse where a person causes someone to question their sanity, memories, or perception. People who experience gaslighting may feel confused, anxious, or unable to trust themselves. Um, but it originates, like we said, it's a term that came out of this film, but it really goes back to things like when you look at groups of people that really use this ploy, this tactic. Uh, You could look at prostitution and pimps. Pimps often convince the prostitutes that they care for them, right? And while they're misusing them. So gaslighting is like works like that. You're harming someone while at the same time you're convincing them that you're loving them. Now, have you ever seen that? Somebody say that? Yeah, sorry. Have you ever seen anybody say that in the conscious community? Someone that we've seen an individual named Frankie Sarnetta um, dox somebody openly on the internet, and then he goes back into the chat and says, I love you, but I love you. You see, that's toxic. You see, that's toxic. Egregious acts and love do not go together at all. They're like oil and water. You should never attempt to mix them if you could ever get confused by that. A person that goes out and lies about you, but then says they got love for you, you may as well nip it in the bud like that. This is not love. This is a person who's been taught abuse. You see, and what they're doing is that they're saying they're willing to abuse you if you allow it. You see, if you don't pick up on it, they're throwing that caveat of love in there as a hook and bait for more abuse, or as as a means of blood sucking. Now check this out. The other one in here. Let me pull this up. This is another one. This is another one actually on the list. Check this out. Check this out of the toxic behavior. It says they leave you feeling drained, right? They leave you feeling drained. They also have a profound effect on your sense of self. They often leave you feeling low, demoralized, unconfident, unsteady, or unappreciated, right? Have you ever read this book called what did they call this book? Uh Let me see here. What did they call this book here? Um it's called dang, what's the name of this book? The book is about it's about toxic behavior, really. It's a bestseller. Um the, right. The Celestine Prophecy by James Redfield. Have you ever read this book? Because I have. It's a good book to read. It's a fiction. It's a fiction story, but it's about abuse, and it explains it through a fictional story that has nothing. It doesn't tell you that the book is about relationships, but it's a well-read book, and if you want to know about toxic behavior and the effects of it, and and also how to really understand it deeply so that you know when you're witnessing it, and you know how to get away from it, and you understand how serious it is, and you understand how how it is central, right? Recognizing this toxic behavior is so central to the core of your being if you want to protect yourself from it. Oh, you know this book, Andrea. Yeah, 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 exactly. This book is probably one of the best books to read. It has a follow-up to it, but I didn't read the follow-up, but I read this book, and I read it a few different times, but it's a well-written book. But it helps you understand how these things work. And one of the things that they talk about in it is the draining of your energy, how that works, how you feel when somebody's talking down to you, how you feel when somebody is claiming to be your friend, but jabbing you in the back. How you feel, how you can be left to feel if you don't recognize these things. And that's why yesterday I may have made a statement to a lot of people. I made a statement on here about, blocking some folks, um, two individuals, and I made the affirmative to make it have no doubt at all. And I explained that I don't need these persons, and that these persons are not welcome again. They're not. And the reason why is because I have in fact witnessed their toxic behavior towards another person, and one of them towards myself. So I recognized it. So I know exactly what to do with it. It's called slam the door. It's called you're not fooling me. It's called take it to somebody else. See, toxic people and people that thrive on toxic environments, they're self-destructive. You see, they're actually self-destructive. And what happens when you slam the door to toxic behavior? They have no other choice but to join the groupings of other toxic people and destroy themselves, because that's the nature of it. It's a cycle that they have not already overcome. They do not understand what they're doing. They may even employ it and think that it has no consequence. But actually, it has huge implications to the outcomes in their lives, in their actual lives. You see, it has huge implications towards what I said earlier, which was constructing something versus destructing something. If you want to construct something with all these toxic behaviors, run contrary to it. The toxic behaviors are destructive behaviors. You see? So building won't actually ever happen. The only thing you will do with toxic groupings of people is be sucked in, drained, destroyed, and you know, and you will ultimately become very hateful. That's really what it is. Yeah, be wary of these things. Be conscious of these toxic behaviors. You know, they seem like a joke to some people, but I'm gonna tell you, I've seen it before. To me, I don't take it as a joke because, see, mental, psychological abuse is not like physical abuse. It's a physical abuse. A person can punch you, and you can see the effects. The effects will last with you. People will look and say, "Aha, that person's been hurt," or people they will acknowledge it. You've been beat up. Damn, look how bad you've been beat up. Oh my God. People will react to it. People will see it. You will feel it, you know, and other people will see it, will witness it, even if they didn't see the attack. Other people will know that it happened. With psychological abuse, right? Psychological violence is much more. It slides much more under many people's radar. And when you have a community where the toxicity level for certain things like cursing people out, disrespecting people's mothers, claiming that that's normal communication skills, right? When you have an environment like that, it makes it almost easier for all the other toxic things to take root and thrive. You see? And so when you see somebody talking about, hey, watch the language, hey, can you be a little bit more respectful of others? You know, it's not to be a stickler. Like somebody said to me the other day, uh, you curse too. And you talking about people that curse. Yeah, but I'm not addicted to cursing, fool. You see, I'm not out here cursing people's mothers out. The cursing is you don't hear cursing coming out of my mouth every time I'm trying to make a point. You see what I'm saying? You know, I never said that I don't curse, but there's a reason why you don't want to be out here nigga this, nigga that, bitch, oh, blah blah blah, all the time. Fuck you, black people ain't shit. There's a reason why you don't want to do that. And that is because you're allowing the other toxic behavior to slip in that's under it as well. Because now you're creating a situation where you're enabling the toxic behavior, you see, which is destructive behavior. You're making it more different for people to identify what is abnormally toxic from good behavior. You see? Now there might be everybody might have a little bit of toxicity in there, but you know, you have to control it. And when you have an environment and when you have a platform, you have a responsibility for limiting it, not completely exterminating it, because hey, it is what it is. Um, you can't police people with everything, but that's not the point. The point is keeping it at a level so all these other things don't become the behavioral norms and accepted norms in your community. You see? So it may not be exciting. It may not be exciting as calling somebody a bitch and a hoe. You know what I'm saying? It may not be exciting as fantasy history, something like that. Just making up your own history, and it may not be as exciting as that. It may not be as colorful as that. You know, because exotic histories are very colorful. Um, people often uh, uh, find a way to find some the ability to find some pride when they attach themselves to a history. You know, but is that toxic? Is that toxic? Like, are you going about it in a toxic way? Why do you feel so empty that you need to attach yourself to a history in the first place that's not really real to you? Why? How did you get there? You see, hold on, let me drop the link um and read some of these comments. So there's a lot of toxicity, in the conscious community. People need to confront before anything good can come from it. Anything good. And I promise you, from certain platforms, there will be no good. They're only in survival mode, and they don't even have the tools to survive. You know, um, the toxic shit is eating them up alive. The leadership has become so toxic that they have put all the toxic shit out there in the public, and it's been documented. And now it has to be confronted, and that's basically what's going to happen. You see, yeah. So let me drop the link. I'm gonna turn the music up. Anybody can hop up, and we can have this conversation, y'all. And that means anybody. But if I don't know you, then I'm gonna need to see your face before I put you in the live. So when you come up and you try to hop up, open up your camera so I can see your face, and then I'm gonna let you on board. So give me 2 minutes. Anybody can hop up. Just hit the link.
To the sweet lady Linda and Lily. Hit me one time, fellas. Wherever like say. To the big brother Shine and Tony. To the big brother good for them bird. To everybody from the TC2. One time, fellas. Wherever like say. To the big brother people can bird. Everybody from out of WNS. To everybody jamming up the way for them. To the pocket fellas. Don't do it for the ladies and the gents at the party on the weekend having fun, y'all. Don't do it for the ladies and the gents at the party on the weekend having fun now. Now all the fellas in the band want you lend a helping hand to the ladies in the party working that body, y'all. Right sock people can groove now. I said what? Special dedication going out there 5 miles of Wakefield, y'all. Nothing comes to go. And also got very special dedication going to 85 from TC, y'all. And that highway crew. Say what now? Hey there, Wood. Good talk. See. Cause we got a long night to go, Wood. Come on, fellas. Don't know how. Say shady blue. I'm certain how. This new beat of the out your seat. The way you dance, it sounds like a bumper beat. The first thing that we like to say when you move with us, we like to say to the big brother John and Rob, to everybody from out of Wakefield, to the little big brother from GW High. One time, y'all. What we like to say to the big brotherhood and Shine.
All right. Here we go. Let me turn this down. I'm back, y'all. So let me see. Oh, Pumpkin, yeah. They are conversational cursors. They do it just to do it. They're ignorant and do not have home training. I mean, one of the things that is, boundaries. Look, having healthy boundaries is important, and language is a part of that, of setting boundaries. what you say, gives people hints at where your lack of boundaries are as a person. Like, F your mother, that means that person has no boundaries. F your children, that means the person that's talking has no boundaries. It's a sign of that. They're not willing to have boundaries with you when they speak that way. They're exhibiting that through their language. Um, it means they don't respect boundaries. How they came to be that way, have no idea. You know, have people infringed on their boundaries? Possibly, but it's not an excuse. Because everybody has the responsibility for getting themselves together, right? Hey, Pumpkin, how you doing?
I'm all right. I got a call. I ain't gonna stay on here long. Cause I know them, all of them do that. I guess cause I done heard them do it so much it don't even phase me no more. They're just ignorant people. They ignorant. That you wasting your breath because they ain't gonna learn nothing because they think they
No, I'm not.
winning.
I'm not wasting my breath because I'm
You
not
don't think
saying this for them. I'm not saying
oh,
this for them. I don't have the expectation that they will. I'm
oh
talking to their
okay.
listeners.
Oh, okay. But then their
Yeah.
listeners are the same. Cause and don't get me wrong when I say this, but most of their listeners are addicts, somewhat, um, ex-cons. Some of them still cons because they stealing, scamming the people. Like Polite and all of them, Nature Boy and them. And he ain't got no moral compass with it.
Right.
He knows what these people doing, and that's the kind of people that's on there. Because everybody I know that was about anything has basically left Sonetta alone. They don't go on his platform. They try to talk to him. Some of them I know try to talk to him and try to get him to change, but he ain't gonna change. He ain't gonna change. And eventually excuse me, and eventually YouTube is going to take all that mess down because they want like informative. Because I was reading the rules, they change every time they change. If you got a channel, they send it to you, and they change, and they want informative stuff, learning stuff, not all this gossiping and tattletaling and calling names. So eventually, because they hiring people all the time to check, to check these things and take them out. So they're gonna take them out, you know. There. So they just ain't no hope for them. You don't learn. Well, I don't. I shouldn't say that you don't learn nothing. I don't learn anything from them. They're not edifying. They don't uplift your spirit. They don't give you something to look for. They don't give you information to make you want to learn more about the subject. They talk about Kemet and all of that, which is nothing wrong with it. But like I said, ancient civilization, world civilization, and that kind of history, that ain't me. But they still talk the same thing. But I'm willing to sit and listen and learn something about it. But they it's the same thing. It turns into a shouting match. It turns into an insulting, trying to insulting things, and they just talk downright dirty and nasty to women. I ain't got time for that. I mean, and nobody else should. We all adults. We supposed to be adults. Everybody has a point of view, and everybody has something that somebody can learn from it. I won't learn from it, but somebody else could. But if you don't present it, how is anybody gonna learn and know what? That's
Right.
all.
And there's better words. I mean, they use this thing about the toughest environment, you know, but it's like what they really mean is the most toxic.
You say toxic, I say ignorant. They just ignorant.
Yeah, you say ignorant.
Yeah, yeah. You too kind. You too kind. Yeah, they just a bunch of ignorant.
Well,
I can't say what I
I don't
really want
know.
to say.
See, no. The reason why I say toxic is because it's accurate. ignorant, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that. But if you want to be able to, what can I say, solve it, then yes, it's ignorant. But let's take it a step further and explain what it actually is. They have a lack of knowledge of what toxic behavior is outside in its theoretical form. They
You
understand, they practice toxic behavior. They don't know that that's what they're practicing, and they have to be educated to understand it. So you have to use the terms so that they can have a chance at least to see what it is. You
They
know,
know. They know.
they know.
Believe me, they ain't.
You think they know? Okay, all
Oh
right.
yeah,
They
they
know, they
know.
know.
They know. They the fools that hang around near 125th Street by the Apollo.
But
Seeing people.
I could tell you, I used to also have more toxic. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I think everybody have a realm of toxicity that they got to deal with in their life and growing up, because the world is a crazy place, and the streets are a crazy place, and work environments are a crazy place. Toxicity exists in all those spaces, but when it is in the conscious community, it's at its height. You know.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I can get real toxic. I can do the same thing if I have to, because I have done it. But it's not necessary to do it all the time. They just go overboard because people don't believe that nonsense they talking. I remember they was talking about the earth was flat, and they would get mad when people say it's not flat. They would literally get mad. I said, this don't make no sense. Everybody, you learned that in school. I learned that in fourth grade geography. The world is not flat, it's round.
Yeah, if
It's
you don't think
always
it's
been
flat,
round.
then all of a sudden you're going to become a dumb N word or a stupid bit. They get
Exactly, that's
right.
my
I
point.
understand you. Right.
Yeah.
They don't communicate. They can't communicate to you how they
How they
can't.
feel it's flat, but it
Yeah,
ain't flat.
they
We
rather
know it
curse
ain't
you out
flat.
for it. Andrea,
Yeah.
you there? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here.
Yes. Oh, you sounding
Yeah.
calm, cool, and collected.
Mm-hmm. Ain't too much going on this morning, just kind of chilling. But I want to
Okay.
say a lot. Some of this is just learned behavior, right? You, you, you know, some of the stuff happens when you're growing up. You're growing up, and like I know, and I come from a big family and all that kind of stuff, and you see, things could happen within the family dynamic that you think that's an okay behavior to keep doing, because that's what that's what you see. And then at some point in time, you realize that that particular behavior ain't working for you. And either you're going to do something about it or you continue down that road and you cause yourself more harm down the road, even though you may know it's wrong. But because you're comfortable doing it, it's just easier to default to that behavior than it is to try to do something different to change the behavior.
Yeah,
So
rise above it. Yeah.
yeah, so me, for an example, I thought it was just okay to, you know, call, uh, people punk this and punk that and, whatever.
Right.
And it got to the point where, people would tell me, Andrew, that's not nice that you say that. And I'm like, oh, you're just a punk. What are you talking about? And then you like, after a while, like then those people just like, they kind of uh, keep their distance. But when it's within the family dynamic, it's a different, you can't be, you have to learn you can't keep doing that, right? And it took me, it took me a while, but then I'm like, if I don't stop, it's gonna create more harm in my family than it is anything else. So I had to learn to stop doing stuff, and we can't keep using that's how I was raised because that's not an out for your, you know, inexcusable behavior. That's not an out for that, right? At some point, you have to take accountability and responsibility for your actions and your words and do something about it. And you can't be mad when people don't want to be around you because you don't want to do nothing about it. It's that simple, right?
Right.
Yep, it is. And I grew up with two. I had to have two sets of values. Now I grew up with middle class values. Like I told you, I went to a predominantly white school because my mother and them, the older people, they were under the conception that under the to think if you go to school where the white kids go, they're not going to dumb their kids down. She thought it was a better education than the public school. So, but what she didn't realize was I had to go through the hood to get to the good school. So I had to learn how. Sometimes I had to be toxic because I used to get jumped. I had girls follow me all over. I changed my route. I'd go all the way downtown instead of walking straight home. Catch the bus, get off the bus, and I only lived 4 houses from the corner. They'd meet me at the bus stop. Then I'd go down to the other street, the other way, and walk up the street. They'd meet me there. So I had to learn how to be toxic. But then
Mm-hmm.
when you get to be older, I don't care anymore what people say. I don't care anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Just like they call me the B word. I don't care. You can call me when you start talking like that. It doesn't bother me because I know you're not talking about me. And if you are, I don't care because I know who I am. I know who I
Mm-hmm.
am and I know what I stand for. But they don't learn that. They don't learn it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. So
Yeah.
sometimes you have to be toxic where you live.
Well,
And
yeah, but and also
Defending
sometimes,
yourself is different.
yeah, defending yourself is different. But what I was gonna say is, but also in terms of the community, when you look at the situation that your collective is facing, right? At some point, you have to account for what the issues are. Why does it always end up being this way? And confronting some of the toxic behavior is part of that. You know, it keeps the community standing still. You can't have a conversation or get anywhere with toxic people, right? So it's a force in the community, but it's basically a negative force in society. And it's not just the Black community; it's all communities. That confront this. But when you talk about progression, you're dealing with people that are willing to look in the mirror and confront these things for what
Mm-hmm.
they are. You see, and be honest about it. I mean, and again, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes, right? But if nobody's
Mm-hmm.
perfect and everybody makes mistakes, what kind of mistakes? And are you addressing those kinds of mistakes honestly? You see, are you really taking a real good look in the mirror, or is it just anecdotal? Everybody makes mistakes, you know,
but
that kind of thing.
I don't even think that's it with them. I think ever since YouTube made this thing where they get paid, everybody is competing. All of them are competing to get the money because they really rely on this money to live. You know, the money that YouTube pays them, they rely on
Are
it.
you serious?
Yeah, they rely on it. I remember when Sonetta had a huge following, And when they started paying him, he would if you didn't subscribe to him and you tried to say something, he would block you. He didn't want nobody in there. He wanted money. He was scamming people. The Kim and Unchild, they had a big thing in New York and it made money and he cheated polite after money. Both all of them were scammers. All of them are scammers. They after the money. I mean, don't get me wrong. I could use some money right now, but I'm not dependent on it to do nothing. If I
Right,
get
but
it, I
but
get
here's
it.
the
If I
thing:
don't, I don't. But
but the
there's jealousy of people like you who talk about something and people follow you. They feel that you're taking their money. You see
But
what I'm
here's the
saying?
thing: I understand that part of it is money, but that's exactly why we see the rap music we see, right? Where we have that marketed to us. That's exact, and ultimately, who is it affecting more? It would affect us more. Lack of accountability would affect us more than it would the higher classes, because the higher classes are more insulated. You see, like they can make a mistake and afford it. We make mistakes where we can't afford it. You see, hence why we're always talking about the man or always crying about our situation, which is dire, you see, which is important. So I think there's a level of, sure, it's about money, but there has to still be accountability, because you can't say this is America, this is how we do it in America, and then when it suits you, say, yeah, but we different because historically America did this, and that to us. Yeah, we understand that. So if America did this, and that to us historically, then why aren't we closing ranks on some of this toxic behavior? Why aren't we being more accountable for it? Why are we just going to have people out there saying that, oh, it's okay because it's about money? So you see what I mean? It's harming us more.
But see, that more of that too is the accountability thing. If you're not, these are adult men who, and they have those kids who those kids that follow them, they're younger than them, you know, and they're impressionable. But if you haven't been taught to be accountable, because I raised my son and he got into some pretty deep stuff, which could have really messed him up. But you could, but I always told him to be toxic. It's a lot of things in our community, like that thing with no snitching rule. So what they did, I don't know if they did this anywhere else, like here where I stay. If you and I are together, and I commit, say, a murder or a robbery, we're all going to get the same charge because nobody's going to tell. See, you have to teach them, and they're beyond being teach because they feel they're right because nobody ever told them to be accountable.
Yeah, and plus more people snitching today than ever, so you just gonna get snitched on anyway. It's
right?
like,
But
what the hell? Somebody
they
else
only
going to be
doing that
free,
because,
and you're going to be in jail for something you didn't do because they snitched on you.
and whatever New York does, New Jersey lives. Because I live in North Jersey. Like I said, 20-30 minutes away from Midtown Manhattan. So everybody here up this way, you do it, you do dumb stuff, and you stand there and be with somebody who do it, you just as guilty. I know kids right here in this, kids that I personally know who were where they shouldn't have been and got caught up and a murder was committed, and they doing years. I know a kid he been doing this since 91. He got 60 years or something like that, 51 years,
Huh.
ever since he was 19.
Yeah, that's a lot of years.
So that's what they're doing. But them getting back to it is what I'm trying to point out. It's got to be accountability. You know, I was questioned on how I raised my son. Like I was told I was too strict, this, that, and the other, the whole 9 yards. But it worked. He's a big boy. He'll be 42 next month. So never been locked up. Has, license to carry and everything. So accountability comes, but when we have to get it, these people here are not going to give accountability. They're older. They're set in their way. Sinetta is never going to be accountable for his actions because I honestly believe he feels that he's right. He doesn't see that he's wrong in what he's doing. And it is the money, and I know it's the money.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He doesn't see the bigger picture.
Right, there you go.
He don't see
That's
the
it.
bigger picture. He's suffering from that.
He
Yeah,
don't see the harm he's doing to the community.
yeah.
He's doing a big harm. They're all doing a big harm, not only him, because they're competing against each other for the views. Because the
Being
more
overly competitive,
with each other, right? And
right?
it's not even
It's not within reason. It's not, and that's
it's
another
not
other part
even good
about it,
stuff.
right?
It's not even informative stuff that they're
And,
competing against.
and you will hear him say, "I'm taking off the gloves. There's no rules. F your mother, f this, f that." And then when you compare that to things that the mafia would say, they would set limits on that behavior. They
Yeah.
would say, you know what? Okay, we're going to do crime or we're going to do these but there's limits. We're not going to disparage our own people. We're not going to defame our image to others. You see, they were conscious about that, how they looked to everybody else in the public. They did their crime, they were successful, they had rules, they harmed even their own people. But within that, there was some kind of control factors. The Irish, same thing. I mean, the Jewish,
Yeah,
same thing. Conscious about image, how they project themselves to others. You know,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I know about the mafia stuff because this town too is well, used to be a mafia town. Used to be a mafia
Oh, you
town
damn right.
also.
It basically still is, right? I mean, it's they just
You,
grew. They just
you
got power.
know, they're not as well. Ever since they got John Gotti, because since when did you ever know mafia men to tell on each other? You
Right.
know, you
They
know
ended that
that
day.
was a big no back in the
AJ,
day.
yeah, yeah.
AJ, but that was a
Hey,
big
hi
no.
everyone.
Mafia
Okay.
people in the mafia never told on each other. Never, never ever did they tell. But now these young kids, even the mafia kids, young kids in there, they're not going to jail for all them years and never coming home. They
Yeah,
telling.
but they graduated. That old school mafia stuff. They graduated. A long time ago. They became the presidents. You know, they
Yeah.
became like the system itself. You know what I mean? So,
But even
so
John
okay.
Gotti's son told it one of
I
his
was just
sons.
gonna say that. I was just gonna say that John Gotti was the major. Basically, John Gotti was. Sorry to cut you, Pumpkin. John Gotti was the game changer, not just for the fall of the mafia. The mafia's totally changed now, and it was just down to John Gotti's um, ratting basically, and this basically shook up the whole criminal world. And you can see that ever since then they've been relying a lot more on rats or grasses or informers.
Right. Look what Sammy the Bull did. Look what Sammy Bull. They played him. They wiretapped John Gotti. They played a tape where John Gotti put out a hit on him, and he said, "Oh, you gonna put a hit on me? I'll tell you. I'll tell them what they want." He did that for revenge. He didn't. He was stupid. He went into witness protection, but then he started selling some kind of pill he started selling and messed it up. But he told John Gotti, "You want to kill me, so I'm not going down for you." And, and that was the end
Oh
of it.
yeah,
But
I think that, yeah, I might be
accountability.
wrong. Yeah, it was Sammy the Bull, wasn't it? Did
No,
John
It was
Gotti?
John Gotti. Sammy the Bull
Okay,
told
John
on
Gotti did
John
rat as
Gotti.
well, didn't he?
Yeah,
He
he told on John Gotti and got John Gotti to sick. But I'm going to say this and then I got to go because I'm getting ready to cough. But this is what I don't understand. Of all the nonsense that Trump has done, where is the accountability? Where? The only accountability of anything and anybody connected to Donald Trump was that thing over at MSNBC of NBC hiring that girl, that lady, that girl, whatever she is, hiring her, and the reporters, they said they don't want to work with her, and they made them
you know
fire her.
someone told me Pumpkin brought up something to me because when I was working, um I mean, again, it's my mate Pedro, a very intelligent chap, but he studied a lot of business. um I think he done a business degree, and he would tell me about, I always had problems with management. They seem to be doing certain things, and he told me that it was kind of like micro managing, and I never saw that. And basically he said to me, they're basically they've still got this 1980s mentality, and Trump is a 1980s character, and there's still that element around.
I don't
um
know. I don't know what he is. He's a fool if you ask me. But anyway, ain't nobody asked me that. But he has no accountability. One thing I've learned as I gotten older too. I thank my mother for all what she did because I told her one time I didn't want to be good. I don't want to be good. Good girls don't have fun. That's what I told her, and she was like, "You gonna be good."
Oh, you was headed for trouble. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, that's part of the reason why I went to Catholic school. I know that is because I was when I was younger, I was like, if somebody said let's, I said do it, and I would go. My sister was totally different. She would do stuff she ain't got no business. My mother would ask her, "Did you do?" And she'd say, "Yeah." Now, mind you, this girl was almost 10 years older than me, and there was a big space between us. And after it was over, when I went in the bedroom and I told her, "You stupid," because I sure wouldn't have told her. I'd have told her, "No, I wasn't doing nothing," you know. I even told my mother one time, she said she was going to beat me, how to, with the switch and all of that stuff. I was young. I said, well, if you want to beat me, you got to come and get me. And I went upstairs and she came upstairs and locked the door and jumped me while I was in the bed. But that's how I was. But I'm thankful that I listened. You know what I'm saying? I'm thankful now that I do, you know. But we do. Oh, yeah, I'm
The
having
world's
that issue.
complicated. The world's complicated, and it's not easy to come into the world and understand how complicated it is and all the issues.
But what I meant by that was we our community, the Black community, we have a lot of issues in our community which aren't we're not the cause of it. But then to have people like Sonetta, Nature Boy, Polite, the scammers, all the ones that scamming the people, they're adding on to it. If you get what I'm trying to say, they're
Yeah,
adding on to the problem. They're really
they
adding on
compound the
to it.
problems. They compound the
Right,
problems.
right. We have enough. We have enough of our own problems. And now, and I'm going to say this, and I'm really going to go. Now, look at Candace Owens. She says, "Oh, I'm so happy. Black people finally said something nice about me." No, I don't want to say nothing nice about you. I don't want to be bothered with you. I'm not going to follow you. Tariq Nasheed did something to that. I think I saw it from that thing with Jade, where he was talking about her. He pointed out some things. I mean, she said she puts all of us into a thing, and I took offense to it because I'm none of what she said. I could
Yeah.
see you having your point about, because I did agree with some of the stuff she said, but she never told the good part. Now all of a sudden she wants to be a part of the Black family again. And I'm
Well,
like,
she's been railroaded.
but I
She
knew it was
always,
coming. It never fails. I knew sooner or later it was going to come. She was
But you
going
know
to,
what? Yeah, because it's just an extension of the same grift. It's like the first part has been played out. She basically made she basically victim blamed her own people. And when again, she did that to gain popularity, to get the success from the powerful, the right, the fast lane. She wanted the fast lane into success. She cheated basically to get that popularity. And now that she had the popularity, there's a limit now to how successful you can be, how much they can use you. So now she's attempting to flip back. But if you want to stop that behavior from happening at all, because it is toxic behavior, it's bad, right? Then you cannot reward it. You can't reward it. You have to
no.
teach lessons to people,
And
and I think the lack of accountability, that's what's going to undermine us. That's what it is at this point.
exactly.
We
And
have the political advantage, but we're not utilizing the political advantage. You see, we may not have the numbers per se, but as a minority group, we can be collective and have an impact on the politics. Plus, we're not just a minority group; we're Americans. We've been there, part of the building of the country, right? So we have the human right advantage. Also, we
her,
have you see, so these are political tools that when we have a person like Candace Owens, she just go out there right at the time where these things are crystallizing. She go out there
but
and go against them, blow them, and then wants to be celebrated.
see, I learned that this morning when I was listening to Tariq Nasheed. She's Caribbean. She's an Islander, and they have this thing because I used to get in trouble. at work because I worked with a lot of them. And they sit there and I'm listening to them because we didn't have nothing to do on Saturday and I worked the evening. Sometimes I would work over in the evening. Oh, Black Americans don't want anything. They're lazy. They don't have nothing. And I was like, so me, the way I am, I said, you know what? You may think we don't want nothing. I said, but when we come when we go to you, I told it to a Haitian guy. I said, when we go to your country, we come, we go, we come visit, and we leave. We don't come over here and we don't stay. Come over here on a raggedy boat and overstay the visa and stuff. We don't want to stay over there with you. Y'all come here. If Black America is so bad because you can't fit in anywhere else because nobody else wants you, then you should stay the hell where you live. So and naturally I got called out for that because I was considered racist and I worked with a lot of those people. Then I was told I need to go back where I come from. No, I am where I come from. I told them I'm where I come from. I don't need a green card to work. You do. I have to prove who I am because of you, you know. So my mouth got me loud. So my point of saying this is that I understand where she's coming, why her attitude is like that. She thinks she knows Black America, but she doesn't. And she's not willing to learn. And I need to clarify this. Not every island woman is like that, but the majority of them are. The ones I worked with anyway. They say
Well,
they do.
yeah, well, maybe. I mean, it could be. It could. I don't know. I don't know what the majority.
Oh.
See, I don't like to talk about make phrases like that when I don't have data, right? But
Well, I
again,
don't think you'll ever
again,
have data on
but
it.
hold on. But here's the thing. But what you do have is something else. Excuse me. Yeah, Beverly. But excuse me. But you do have something else, and that is the knowledge that that's part of the toxic behavior. That's like this idea that you're better than the black people that have problems. You see what I
It's
mean?
learned behavior,
It's a
VB.
behavioral thing, and black
Yeah.
Americans have that same behavior too. See,
Right, right.
that behavior
It's all to do
existed
with the
outside.
colonialism and the slavery. It's all to do with
Exactly.
that, you see. It's because we're living underneath.
Even
Oh,
Africans
they're the
have the.
worst. I'm
It's
sorry. I'm
it's
sorry. They're the
all.
worst. They're the
No,
worst.
I don't.
They're the
No, no,
worst
no,
at it.
Jay, stop, man.
I'm
Because look,
sorry. I'm sorry to
again,
say it.
what you
They
talking
do
about?
this.
Hold on, but Jay, you talking about your. I get it. Your experience. In
My
your
experience,
experience,
yes.
right? I got you. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
My experience, VB. I'm telling you. And what I've witnessed, I know what I can see. I will talk about the bad things in the Caribbean, and I will talk about the bad things about our people, and it must be addressed. And they're not
Hmm.
ready to be addressed on that. And I understand why we are like that. I understand because we've been, we basically had to um, turn our back on our own culture, or our own ways, or our
To get
blackness
ahead.
to try and fit in. But you're not getting anywhere. You're not
Yeah.
getting it. This is what I'm trying to say. You're not getting anywhere. This is what
No,
we haven't
I'm
worked
not.
out. And it's all learned behavior. Everything that you said before applied to me. Everything you said, and that is what I had that from my mother and my father, my grandmother, all my family members, everybody that I met. And the reason being is learned behavior. It wasn't their fault. Black people we've only been just come out of chains not too long ago. So the family was broken up. So the idea of how to bring up children and stuff, that is brand new to us. We're still in kind of a state of rebuilding, and we've not really started to rebuild yet, because to really rebuild, we
We're
have
in
to
repair.
really, yeah, the
Repair.
repair. But it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. It's 400 years. Basically, it's 400 years of no education, no finances, right, and a family that is broken up. So now we've adopted a way of a family thing, especially in Jamaica, would have been taught to you by your master. They used to brutalize their children. They used to say the black one it has to stay at home, and the light skinned ones gets through.
Hmm.
We still have the skin bleaching epidemic in here. But don't
Hmm.
get
Yeah,
me wrong, VB, and I wish someone would try to prove me wrong, and I wish they could. I'm telling you,
Well,
the
I
continent
don't.
of
I'm not
Africa
saying
have
you're wrong,
a lot of problems, and I know it from here,
but
right?
you know
I'm
what,
telling
Jay?
you, there is a
But
But
he's right. He's right, Vic. He's right because and I should have said this. I don't mean all excuse me, I don't mean all islanders, but the ones I work with, they gave you help. And out of
but here's the
all of
thing,
them,
though.
wait a minute. He said if I they'll tell me if I'm wrong. Didn't Jade say that the Africans are worse? That's what I thought
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
what
him
he
say.
said. That's what
Well,
he
they
said.
are, and I'm here to tell you he's not lying. They're
But
horrible.
what I said is in your experience, right? And that might
Right.
be your
All of this
experience.
is my experience. Not
But
all of them, but for me, my experience with the Africans was
listen,
horrible.
exactly.
It's
That's what
just
you're saying. In
VB.
experience.
I
your
never said that all
experience,
Africans are like that, but the problem is the ones that we're going to encounter are going to be ones that have left their country
no,
and have
look,
come to this.
look. But see,
You
this is
can't, well,
the thing about it, right? Sure, that might be your experience, but it's still a problem regardless of who you're dealing
it's
with.
not just my
It
experience, VB. I can't believe you're saying that. That is a fact. And
no,
anybody
listen
that
to me, Jay.
tries to
Jay, try,
dismiss it,
hold on,
No,
hold
I
on.
think you
Jay,
misunderstand what
Jay,
he's
try to hear
saying.
my point. Try to hear my point, because
sorry, sorry.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. It in you. I'm not denying your experience, first of all. So don't be offended. You see, so and what I'm saying, I'm trying to construct it clearly so that there can be some understanding there. In your experience, Africans, that's what you've come to conclude, right? In your experience, through meeting them, that they have this particular behavior more than another group. Great, that's your experience. I don't. What I'm saying is that I don't have data on the whole group, but what we do
I
know
have,
is that.
I
Hold on.
have,
No, I'm talking about data in terms of that,
I have,
particular.
I have. I've just done some VB Xenophobia. That right now, even within the African continent, um, we have South Africa right now. People are burning down the Nigerians. Okay, right.
Hold
This
on.
is
Oh,
happening
okay,
in.
hold
So
on.
this is
Just
not tribalism.
Jay,
This is
listen.
racism.
Jay, but hold on, man. Just hold up for a second. I'm gonna let you say all of that, but look, the behavior, it exists across the whole diaspora. So, if we are we going to be worried about the Africans in Africa, or are we going to be worried about the behavior where we stand with all of us? And so, when I'm talking about toxic behavior, I'm not talking about who you vote for. I'm talking about, because voting and all of that, that's another thing. I'm talking about the behavior. We have self hate. We have bickering, California, the Bloods and the Crips. We have North and South. We have all of this stuff, man. We see it ourselves. I'm not saying we don't have qualitative data. We have a good amount of qualitative data. Just if you look at the conscious community, there's hella toxic qualitative data. Where we're lacking is quantitative data. So that's all I wanted to say. So when I say who does it more, that's a quantitative thing. We don't have conclusive data quantitatively, bro. But I'm also saying it's not even important to know which one does it more, because the behavior is the behavior. We need to be stopping the behavior whoever has it, wherever
You're
we.
speaking on toxic behaviors when you
Yeah,
say that.
yeah,
I get
exactly.
what you're saying. You're saying toxic behavior, and it is toxic because it made a toxic workplace. You know, because me not, especially back then, not being able to
Medea,
control my tongue, but it's crazy.
Medea, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, come
I
on up.
wanted
Yep.
to I wanted to just hop in on this conversation because I'm Jamaican and
Yeah.
I have a green card, and I just want to say, like, I don't think all Caribbean people are that way.
I
That
know
right.
they're not. I know they're not, honey. I don't know if you heard what I said. I also said that not everyone is. And what I was talking about, I was specifically talking about someone who was Haitian who constantly came at me with this stupid stuff. I've met Jamaican lady who was from Jamaica, I think she told me where she was from. I don't know. I can't remember. But she was a teacher. She was very nice. And, we had this thing here that Jamaicans work 3 jobs. And she said that's not true. And then she gave me her opinion. This is what the lady told me. She said the ones who come here that work 3 jobs are the ones that literally had nothing when they were in Jamaica. She told me that herself. I never thought that about them. I only made comments about what I went through with them, what I personally went through with Jamaicans on my job, what I personally went through with Africans. I get along with everybody. I don't have a problem. I don't have problems with immigrants, and you know, but when somebody tells me, the woman tells me to go back where I came from, I am where I came from. So I don't feel that if it's presented to me that way, I have a right to say how I feel. I didn't say anything to her about a green card until she told me I needed to go back where I came from. And I am where I came from. It was an honest opinion. You know, my opinion, my thing to her was, you go back where you come from. You need the green card. I have to prove who I am because of you. Come in here. I didn't say she couldn't come. I didn't say I did hate her. She presented herself to me in that tone, and went back at her. I didn't get loud or anything. I just told her how I felt. She felt I should go where I came from. I felt I was where I came from, and she needed the car, and that was the end of it. I see her now. She speaks to me all the time. We talk. I don't hold grudges, but if you come at me, I'm coming at you. That's all I'm saying. I don't have anything against anybody. I don't. Even the thing that's going on at the border, I think. Excuse me. I figure that since these people are here, I say don't let any more, but and come in. But the people who are here, don't mistreat them. I don't care where they come from, and they're not all Hispanics, but people seem to want to believe it. But my point is the comment, and I find, and I'm not saying this about all women because I don't know all Jamaican women, but from my experience at work, I found the women were worse than the men. The women really hated American black women. I'm not an international dater. It's just me. I don't see anything wrong with it. I wouldn't date a white man, and I don't date foreigners, but that's because of who I am and what I like. It's just that, it's just my preference. But I get along with anybody. And if anybody that I'm friends with cares to do it, and they marry somebody, or the boyfriend is there and we're together, we have a social affair, they're more than welcome to come. They're more than welcome to bring who they are. But I just find that the people that I dealt with they gave me a hard time on my job. They were telling me how to be black. You can't tell me how to be a black American no more than I can tell you what it is to be a Jamaican, to live in Jamaica. I don't know what Jamaica is like. I only know what people tell me and what I read, you know.
Okay, let's see with Medea. Medea, is that, did you hear her? Is that what brought you up? Just
Yeah.
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. So just
Well, I have a better understanding, but I just wanted to say one other thing. When I came to this country, I was 11 years old. And first of all, Jamaica is a melting pot. It's a melting pot. There Caucasian Jamaicans, there's Chinese Jamaicans. I mean, they
mhm,
speak patois and everything. They speak in
mhm,
our native tongue and all of that. So coming from that to America was the first place. America is the first place that I learned about racism. Not only just racism amongst um, Caucasians and Black people, but also amongst each other, like the different idiosyncrasies that we utilize to separate ourselves from one another in the Black community.
mhm,
And I just think it's funny that this is it's still a thing, you know.
But it's only a thing because certain people make it a thing, you know.
Yeah.
Because I've never in my life went up to anybody Jamaican, and I'm just because we're speaking about Jamaicans, I've never told anybody, went up to anybody Jamaican and made a derogatory comment towards them. That's not my nature. But
Right.
I've been attacked by them.
Well,
I've had them trying to make me lose my job.
I
Mm.
think it
You know,
starts with misunderstanding, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
um, and I think ultimately that's what it is because it's irrational. It's the to think that people that have the same history, we like you said, Medea, we're talking about people that shared the transatlantic slave trade, and right, pretty much being brought and having that same experience as an ethnicity, right, in different countries in America, right, now North
Hmm.
America, South America, the Caribbean, right, and we're even related. We're even related. That's the thing, by blood, by ancestry. So it's irrational to think that this will be a thing, right? but there's a political conversation happening right now where some people, um, through whatever their understanding is or misunderstanding, they want to put one group over here and say that another group is different, and say that all of these people are like this, or try to describe the face of Jamaicans or Caribbean people as being like this. And then there's also others that maybe do from different countries in the world have this view of African Americans. But a lot of it is, I would describe it as complete and utter, misunderstanding, you know. Um,
Hi, Medea.
and it
Sorry,
takes time.
Vivi, to cut you. Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
sorry, chat. Yeah, Medea. Thanks for coming up because my position is I was born in the UK to Jamaican parents, and I spent time in Jamaica 7 years, and it was the greatest time of my life and really turned my life around. And I was I always had the I was fortunate to be able to visit Jamaica before living there because my mum and dad were building a house. And you're born in Jamaica, so your perspective is very important to this conversation. And with my view, I've travelled around a bit, but especially in London, where I've met so many different people, and I see the same sort of situation what Pumpkin was describing. The UK people, maybe sometimes when I was a younger lad myself, was kind of distancing from um maybe Africans or some we kind of kept ourselves to maybe the Caribbean. um we grouped up like Caribbeans. um I've never had any African food. I've had African friends, but I've never had any kind of close association with Africans. But this kind of um interaction is very similar to the UK, and the UK people are exactly like that. They're looking down. They're looking at the foreigners now, saying they shouldn't be here. And I also look at it and say, wow, how has this come about? But the only connection I can see is that we're under this English system, and we're now behaving like how the masters have taught us, and have kind of um, changed our, sort of brainwashed us in a way, and have caused us to become very, very much like themselves, because they are exactly like that. That's what they're like, and we're now adopting their strategies. What do you think about what I've just said?
I can see that, definitely. I could see that, but I feel like it's still a conscious decision. Like you said, you haven't had African food, or you haven't, Africans, but you've never had African food. I think being like having that mindset again is a conscious decision. I've worked in the healthcare industry for many a years. I've had African food, Haitian food. All my colleagues have cooked. They've cooked for me and brought food in, and I've cooked for them. So I don't know. I guess it's kind of difficult for me because I was raised with like compassion and tolerance for everyone. You know what I mean? So like I don't I don't have those agendas when it comes to people of my like melanated people. I just don't.
Hmm.
I have an attitude of we all need to win. We all, I don't care what you're doing. If you're a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper. That's how my mother taught us, like respect of individual people, even the ones who don't like you, even the ones who have an issue against you for the color of your skin, your weight, your height, anything. Just still show compassion.
Yeah, can't you talk it out? The differences.
Yeah. Or address them. And I
Or
mean,
address them, right?
it may not be that you guys end up on the same side at the end of the conversation, but at least there's more of an understanding.
But in terms of like this new thing with like that's coming about. I mean, it's being promoted, whether we like it or not. There's an idea in the world now because the internet is access. So once something goes on the internet, it can be exacerbated. It can travel, but there's this idea that there's trouble in the United States and Africa, and that African Americans need to see Caribbean people and Africans as a political problem, as a group that's taking our resources. Right? Am I right?
That's always been the story.
That's always been the story.
That's always been the story. That was the story
Wow.
when I came to this country.
Wow.
It's always been the story.
That is wild. See, where I
They
grew, I guess
suffered
I
they
guess
suffered racial discrimination. My mother and father the same thing. When they came to
Hmm.
this country, we had to fight the white elements, but we also started they would be fighting against the Africans. This is something that has still remained today. This hasn't gone nowhere. It's getting worse. It's
Hmm.
getting worse. And it's it's very strange. And exactly like how Medea said, I was brought up exactly the same way. So I'm very shocked when I hear these kind of things. I just can't believe we're still these elements is getting stronger. It seems it's just getting stronger. I
Hmm.
can totally understand the um the fear in when people from different places come, but I understand that. But to just overlook that, as Medea said, we're all family at the end of the day, and we're all a part of a different sets of family, and that whole situation is just going to make things worse.
hmm yeah. I think so. I mean, me being brought up, born and raised in DC and brought up there basically. I only know two other places as home. That's New York and where I'm at, Copenhagen, right? Denmark. But I can't, I didn't come here until I was in my 30s. I didn't move to New York until I was in my 20s, and then I was back in DC. So I was only in New York for short spurts of times for different jobs or whatever, and but being from DC, I think maybe it made the experience maybe a little slightly different. Today, it's different than it was when I was growing up, because now we have this big voice where this is happening. The voice, I didn't hear this voice when I was growing up, and I didn't experience it. I mean, I literally never had any problem with any Caribbean people in DC. It was just like a normal thing to see. They went to school with us. They grew. The only difference is that they might have some Caribbean food. They may have go down to Jamaica or Trinidad in the summer. You know what I mean? Yo, I mean, I dated plenty of Caribbean sisters. I don't, not plenty. I don't mean an extreme amount, but just as a norm. They black sisters. They sisters. What's the difference? You know what I mean? It doesn't
Well,
mean they're not
that's
educated.
DC, isn't
Doesn't
it,
mean that,
VB?
huh?
You know, America is such a huge continent. You know, every state's different.
But I
You
mean,
you
my
ready?
experience, I've never been discriminated against by a Caribbean person. But then again, at the same time, I also have been exposed to things like Caribbean culture too. So I'm not completely ignorant of it. We have things in common. I like Jamaican music. I like Shabba Ranks. I like Bob Marley. I like, I I was into music. So it's not the only music I like. I like blues. I like jazz. I like American music. But so in my age group, then Jamaican music is like hip hop. It's another form of hip hop, you know? So I listen to that. Bob Marley is like another form of blues. You see what I mean? So I listen to that. You know these things because of the context, what they're talking about. You just pay attention and you just hear like, oh, okay, they're talking about the same thing here. Like, wow, So those things weren't foreign to me. I grew up having dreadlocks. Most of my from teenager up to like into my damn near into my 30s. You see what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have, if you go to DC today, every black man damn near has from DC has dreadlocks. You see what I'm saying? Like, these aren't things that should a Jamaican person might have dreadlocks. How are we different? Those are connecting points. I mean, these are conscious connecting points that it's not by accident, right? So how could we be having these things in common, but yet politically be confused? I
Sister
don't understand.
Andrea,
Yeah.
what's
Hmm.
your what's your what's your what's your
What's my take
what's
on
your
all this?
experiences? Yeah, your
So,
experiences. Would you mind
so
sharing?
I pretty much haven't had any bad experiences with anybody from our brothers and sisters from other countries. I look at it this way: we are not that far removed from all the stuff that has happened to people who have lived in this country. Okay, black people who have lived in this country. We're not that far removed from that, and so it's going to take time. I mean, just think about it. I mean, we got the quote unquote right to vote in 1964. That's not that long ago, right? So I am of the opinion. Anytime I see my people, I say hi. I do what because I don't care where you come from. It doesn't matter. So we have to do things to make each other feel acceptable, right? So that's part of it.
So
And we
welcome.
have to give ourselves time to get over the wounds that have happened in this country. So we're just 50, 60, 70 years removed, maybe, if that, over 400 years of all of that. And then we expect for us to be done in a short amount of time. That's unrealistic, and it's just not good. It's not good to have that. We should be over this. No, no, we shouldn't be. Not yet. We still are working towards getting an understanding that we have all been sold a bunch of lies about each other. Okay. I know when I was growing up, what we saw on TV was always feed the children. They were talking about our African brothers and sisters, feed the children. And they always would show, the poorest part of the country as if that's all that Africa was all about, right? So we develop mindsets about those particular groups of people thinking that they're worse. And then they come to America and then they come with an attitude of how they're taught we're lazy and we're this, that, and the third. So it's all this back and forth that we didn't tell each other that. So I give, just for me personally, I give my people the benefit of the doubt. I don't care where they come from. But if you're going to make a statement about a thing, because I have had some of my friends who would say, black people don't work together in America. I'm like, where do you get that from? Who told you that? Because truth be told, if we weren't working here in America to get things done, uh, people who are coming from other countries, you wouldn't be here. There's a lot of stuff that has happened and has taken place in America that has been for the good of our people from the diaspora, and we can't just keep, believing the stuff that we have heard that didn't come from our people necessarily. So we have to work through that, and that's just going to take time. we've been indoctrinated for a long period of time, and we have to just take the time and do the work to not have these same mindsets. Correct it when people say a thing. Correct them so that they don't continue in that mindset. I don't let people get away with statements like that, right? So, because at the end of the day, well, you came here for a reason. There must be something good about America that you came here for, but so you can't come in here with these preconceived notions about Black people in America, because people have been working hard. I mean, we're forced to work hard. So, you can't come here with these different types of mindsets. So that's my take on it. It's just going to take time. And we have to be willing to put the work in to make sure that we're not contributing to the same mindset. Because it's a work in progress. And like I said, for me, I love our people. I say hi to all. I just make sure, I don't care. If I'm in a grocery store, I'll go up and say, hey, what's up? What's up? And if I detect an accent, hey, where you from? I'm picking up something, and then I start a dialogue, because I love our people. I don't care where they come from. So I try to dispel as much as I can. If I hear a particular thing, I try to dispel those notions that we are these people that they're describing. So that's how I look at it. The Candace Owens of the world who want to disparagingly make comments about the people here in America, and then when things start happening to you, all of a sudden you want Black people to the rescue. Well, you probably want to think about those stuff that you've been let coming out your mouth as it concerns people, or especially people that look like you. If you want us to accept you into the community or whatever, then you need to stop making comments that would cause people not to want to be around you or come to your rescue when you find yourself in a situation that you created, but then you want people to come to your rescue and say, she's one of us. No, you have to be careful doing all that stuff. That's why these behaviors have to be checked when they're on display the way they are. So that's my take on it. I love my people. That's just me.
Yeah. Now check this out. Yeah, that was wonderfully said, Andrea. Now check this out. Okay. So it's funny. It just occurred to me something like that. Even in the United States of America, Black people, Caribbean people, African Americans, whatever you want to call it, FBA, if you want to call them that, Caribbean Africans, right? They all, it just struck me, they all talk from a position of power, oddly enough. But when you come over here to Denmark and you talk to the same groups of Black people that are maybe first or second generation, because it's not a whole lot. It's a significant number, but it's not a whole lot. It's first, second, maybe third generation, like in Germany from the World War II, things like that. But but when you talk to them, that's one of the reasons why I wrote this book, so people can have an idea what the Black population is like and what they're going through, what they're comprised of, and what they go to, the political situation here, right? And what I realize is that we have no political power here, and there's not any Black group, not the first or second generations or the new arrivals from any of the backgrounds, that are claiming to have any political power. They're not claiming that one is taking power from the other. It just occurred to me. It's like none. But ironically, they do have some of the small traits of misunderstanding about who they are, each other. That's still in there. It may not, you may not hear a lot about it, but there are the same patterns. You hear it being displayed, and the same misunderstandings. You hear it being echoed, and I'm just curious, like, what do y'all think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that happening. Like I can't speak for the part of the world that you live in, but I can see that still happening here in America. And that's the reason why, we have to make a diligent effort to make sure that like I said, I don't care where our brothers and sisters come from, to make sure that we, try to find something, some common ground. And to me, the common ground is the color of your skin. I don't care. It doesn't matter where else you come, because when you come to America, they're not going to ask if you get in trouble in America, they're going to say you're Black. They're not going to care if you're from Jamaica, Haiti, any of the islands from Africa. They're not going to care. you're going to be described in America as being black. So from that alone, that's the basis, that's the foundation of who we all are here in America. Can't speak for other countries because I haven't lived in another country. So
Now,
we have to build from that foundation and know that, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, if they have an opportunity to pit you against somebody else, that might happen, but we have to resist that temptation or urge to want to do the same thing to our people. We have to resist that urge to do that.
yeah, I'm curious about that. You know, it just popped in my mind, and I didn't think about it before, but I mean, I know that some of the same patterns exist because you can see it where it's like, let's say, if you're born here, you see the society is different, right? If you migrate here, you see it from a different lens, and but let's say it depends on where you migrate from. Do you migrate from the continent of Africa, or do you migrate from another Western country to this place, or were you born here? Those are
Mm-hmm.
three distinct groups, right? They're not that distinct. I mean, it's not like they don't hang out together or party together or eat together. They do also, right? But the way they see things is a little different. And but yet none has established any political acknowledgement for their group. None. You see, there's literally no data. I mean, there's beginning to be some because of a lot of pressure put on the government. But even right now, in something like a hate crimes report, there exists nothing called anti-black racism. You won't get any data on that. So it doesn't matter if you're Caribbean and you get assaulted and called the N word. It doesn't matter if you're African and you're assaulted and you called the N word. It doesn't matter if you're a Western black person and you get called the N word and you're assaulted. Your data is not revealed to the world. It's completely invisible. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious, like going back to what somebody said, this colonialism. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm just in the idea, the idea about power, that there's some power. We're protecting a power that, power dynamics, like we're from here and we have something to lose from you, like maybe the illusion of it, of power, whereas though here, there ain't no black people that feel like they have any power, period.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like no power. They will tell you about the other groups that feel like they have power and are organizing to get power daily and discussing it openly in the politics of the country. But black people, with any black person, will tell you they have no power in this country. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm just curious about that. Like, do you think that it's just the mere fact that there's something being handed out, like this idea that you can get something if you just disassociate from the others?
That sounds logical to me.
I mean, in the back of my mind, because I mean, again, it's like you try protecting what our families have done. They fought for their lives. The idea, the image that is our families that did that, that is us, that we're like a finite group that did that without any Caribbean influence, without any
Mm-hmm.
African influence in our families from the 1700s to today. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it sounds like like something very politically strange.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's been there, it sounds so strange because to me, it seems like brothers and sisters could sit down and have a conversation and easily understand. Yeah, when I go to Ghana, I'm not a Ghanaian citizen. I'm just showing up. I'm learning. I probably won't have any political power.
Mm-hmm.
I will probably have to assimilate too to be understood. But and things like that. That's a no-brainer, right? But it seems like for some reason in the US, there is like this idea that somebody's not going to assimilate and they're taking our power. How real is that? Is there data on that? Is there data on Africans taking African American jobs or Caribbean people taking African American jobs? Is there real data on that? I guess they would say Candace Owens is qualitative data, right? But what's the quantitative data? what are the actual numbers looking like? Because you're going to have some things like that happen anyway, you know? So we have Candace Owens, but obviously Candace Owens is, how many Candace Owens are there?
You know what?
Well,
You know what there is? What was I going to say? I don't know if there is any data on that, but what I do know is they are hired more so than Black Americans because they work for less money. It's just, but it's the same with the
Um, that's a misconception also.
no. Take it this way. I'm going to put it in my perspective. I know because some of the jobs they take, they don't us as Black Americans, we don't take them, which I we don't take them because my parents, my ancestors, my grandma, they fought for us to not do it. And I'm not saying that to be disparaging against you or anybody. I'm just saying it because of some of the things I know. They work for less money, and they work for less money than what we would do. And by that, when I say less money, I mean they don't care for a union because they want the union dues in their pocket, stuff like that. That's what I'm saying, stuff like that. Now, you said you're a professional, and I'm quite sure you worked in healthcare, and I'm quite sure you got what you were worth. But I'm talking about
Well,
average workers.
I actually worked in healthcare, and I was a regional director of inpatient programs. However, I always, always kept my CNA certificate, my certified nursing assistant certificate, and I worked shifts in the nursing home because I wanted, while I was making, I think my last salary was like 92. While I was making that type of money, I still wanted to keep myself grounded by working in the nursing homes and connecting with just regular people. Like, it was kind of like a way for me to step away and still maintain like who I am as a person because I'm a natural caregiver. So I know both sides of the spectrum. I know the high power making money, and I also know from the nursing home aspect.
But I think,
yeah,
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm talking about ordinary everyday workers, like
Yeah.
everyday
yeah,
workers. I'm quite sure, and I understand where you're coming from with that. You said you're a natural caregiver, so it doesn't bother you to be a CNA or
No.
whatever else. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you do
but
it.
yes, I was going to say, but I do know, when I was working, they had, when they were bringing a lot of our the Indian workers over here, it was
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them felt that the reason why they're coming here is because people in America don't want to do these jobs. I'm like, no, 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 that is not true. So I worked in the telecom industry, and the people who were coming, they weren't making the money that they know that the experienced people in America would exact for that same job, right? So I had to explain to one of my coworkers who made the statement, well, the reason why we're here is because Americans don't want this job. I said, no, no. So let me explain to you. I said, you see that section over there? That used to be called telecom corridor. And the only reason why you're coming here now is because those people who worked in that telecom corridor, they know that they will draw more money, and these companies are not willing to pay that kind of money anymore because of whatever, when the bottom fell out in 2008 and all that kind of stuff, a lot of those dynamics change. So don't be confused as to why you're here. Everything is not about Americans. Don't. That's what they'll tell you because it sounds good to make you feel like you wanted to come to America. But I know that they weren't making what I know that engineers were making at that time. So some of that is true, not to the degree of everybody that comes here, but some of that is true that they come here, and then then they They not only do they want to do that, they want to bring their spouses over. Now, they're not supposed to be able to be employed, but next thing you know, you got somebody else, who's coming out into the workforce that weren't supposed to do that because they lax the laws on who can work and who can't work if you're coming here on your husband's visa or your whatever.
But let me
So
ask you
that
this.
so that was the mindset of some of my coworkers, that they feel a lot of them didn't know what happened here in America. A lot of people didn't know about like Tulsa and all these other places that we were doing just fine until we weren't, by somebody lying about somebody doing something to somebody, and next thing you know, our cities are being bombed and whole. But people, they don't hear those stories. All they hear is what has been propagandized about Black people here in America. So it's not like we haven't done these things that they say we haven't done. Those things have been done here in America multiple times over, but that's not what you hear. So when they come here and they make those statements like that, I have to correct what they say, because that is what you're saying is not true. So go ahead, Medea. Go ahead.
Well, let me just play devil's advocate. When you say
Mm-hmm.
that, for a fact that those engineers were making less money. A lot of companies, again, I know from the management side and the,
Mm-hmm.
employee regular worker side. From the
Mm-hmm.
management side of things, if I were bringing in someone who, didn't know anything about what was going on, I'm going to try to get my P&L, my profit and loss, at the highest. So if they're willing to take a lower salary, I'm going to give it to them. And if they have 20 more people that they want to bring on that's willing to take that salary, I'm going to do that. And
Mm-hmm.
when you're looking at people from other countries, you also have to bear in mind, like, what you see as less money, they see as a huge payday, because a lot of the immigrants come here and they work to send money back home.
Mm-hmm.
And the US dollar counts more in their country. So while, let's say it's a $10 an hour job
Mm-hmm.
where, they're making $10 an hour, that's a lot of money in their country to send back home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
they can save
And
$100 a month, that's like a whole salary for somebody in another country.
yeah,
Right.
okay. I hear you, but I'm telling you what they tell me. So if they're coming over here knowing that they can do that, that's fine. I'm set that aside. But the reasons why they say that they think they're coming here, or that they're being brought here, is because we don't want those jobs. That's what I was talking about. I don't care about the salary, but I
When they
know, being in HR and seeing salaries come across, there's a cap of what they are allowed to make when they're coming. I'm just talking about the telecom industry, where I was working. I can't speak for all of them, but where I was working, if you're coming over here on a visa, on an H-1B visa, there's a cap to what you can make when you come here.
When
Okay,
they
so
when they come in on the visa, it's actually prearranged as to the income that they're
exact
going to make. So yeah, there is a
exactly. So
cap.
that's what I'm talking about. So you can't. I mean, nobody can assume coming from another country that what you're coming in here to make, that somebody else in America can't make that, or hasn't made that, or made that kind of money. That to me would be kind of an asinine way to think about stuff. But at the end of the day, like I said, the most of the ones that I worked with who were coming from India would say, they all said the same thing: we don't want these jobs. That's what they were told, or somehow were convinced that that's what was happening here in America. And I would have to constantly remind them, no, the only reason why you're here, or one of the reasons, is because they can pay you less, because there's a cap on what you can make coming from where you are to over here, and
and,
it benefits them more to bring you here, because then that's money that the company would save over time. So
Yes.
those are
and
the
that
things I would have to explain to them.
and that undermines us as workers. We fought,
Mm-hmm.
our ancestors, our parents, our ancestors. We fought hard to get the things that we had. We have labor laws. We have unions. Well, we're getting ready to get back to the union thing again. And I don't mean you per se. I'm just saying you. When that is done, like it's a cap. Why do you think they want the immigrants to work? They say they don't want the immigrants here. Donald Trump wants to deport, he says he wants to deport you all back, but His properties are all worked by immigrants on visas. He helps them get visas. Now I know why he does, because it's capped. It undermines us. Candace Owens said she went to the UK and married her husband because she wanted somebody with what did she how did she say it? She wanted someone with her intellectual ability. What, black? We don't have it. See, those are the
Mm.
Well, that was
things
my
that make
fault,
it bad.
Pumpkin. I was busy at the time. She did offer, but I declined. I was a little bit busy. Um,
You know, but say,
You are such a
I'm
mess,
just
Dave.
I'm just saying that to I don't know what is your name? How do you pronounce your name? Nedia?
Medea.
Medea. I'm just saying it's nothing against them. It's the government's fault because they allow it to go on. They hire these people, and that's how the quote unquote elites, the billionaires, how they get the cheap labor, and it leaves American people out. Nobody, black or white, in America is going to work for the lower pay. It's not about
yes,
being lazy.
but
It's
Pumpkin,
not about
this
Hmm.
is
being.
exactly sorry to cut you. This is exactly what I liked with this devil advocate, but I'm going to use a different word, the flip of the coin. Um, we have to understand, and that's where Medea is very important to this conversation because she was born in Jamaica and that, and came over to.
But
So she's
Jay,
giving you
it's
a
not even
one
a
second,
Jamaican
one
name.
second, one second. She's giving you a perspective from the other side. So a lot of these people that are coming to America, as she well pointed out, they're from poor parts of the world. We have people like, especially from Asia, um, who have one of the lowest rates of pay and high levels of poverty. So people are coming over, and then when they're coming over, they're being issued into jobs that are low paid. Maybe they're English, maybe they haven't got the right papers, maybe they haven't got
Hmm.
the educational background. That's probably some one of the reasons maybe why they've left their country also. So you've also got the economical side of it. You've also got the educational side of it. But what's very important to we're trying to discover this is people are coming, and you're admitting that there is and segments of the black community, not just in America, across the Western world, that do not want to do jobs because it's either deemed to be a job that is for people, for blacks only, or it's a low paid job. So people are coming in and they're saying, well, hang on, I'm doing this job. Why aren't you doing this job? So this is where I think some of the resentment can build up, if you understand what I mean.
Hmm.
I also wanted to add in there too. Um, when my mother, when we came to the U.S., my mom had her bachelor's degree from Duff's College in Jamaica. A very prestigious college, by the way. And my mom, while we were in Jamaica, she worked at Jamaica National Bank. She was a big executive there. And had she stayed there, she would have probably become like a VP in the bank or something. But she decided to come here. Now, when we arrived in the country, in the US, they refused to accept her degree, um, because it's a Jamaican degree or Jamaican college. It wasn't an American school. So
Hmm.
my mom had to end up being a nanny. And it's not that she wanted to be a nanny. She didn't want to, come to this country to clean people's floors and do all of that. But that's exactly what she had to do in order to feed her family temporarily. So, I
Hmm.
mean, there
Mm-hmm.
are some immigrants who are taking these jobs as well because their education or their experience in their home country is not accepted here, it's not counted. In the case of physicians, I don't know if you guys know, but if you're a doctor in another country, when you come here, the US requires that you do an American internship and a residency before you can touch a patient.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
So it's, we have to kind of, in my opinion, a lot of these issues that we have amongst each other are being created by the business infrastructure in America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got to separate fact from fiction,
Right.
basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are issues, but the issues don't have to be. We don't have to uh understand what the problems are. There's issues from there's pros and there's cons, and some of the disinformation is kind of making small issues that could be made better if we just really focus on the real issues.
Yeah.
It's making it more complicated when all the disinformation, and it's not helpful,
But
like, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
but I do like the fact, I don't remember who said it, but I do like the fact that somebody on the panel was like, I'll say to them, I'll talk to them like, no, this is what it is and this is what it's not, because to be honest, some immigrants don't, some immigrants believe the propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yes.
believe that that's the case. They believe that, oh, if I wasn't here, this job wouldn't be done. Some of them
Mm-hmm.
believe that,
you
truthfully.
know you know what, and this is the thing about it, some of them do, and this is what I was saying, like, it's this behavior is represented in all of us,
Mm-hmm.
so we can't, falling for this thing like they have it more than us, and it's like, where's the data on that? There's no data on that. So obviously, let's, if we focus on the issues, that would be the center point, the way we can resolve this thing, right? But for example, there might be a need for persons in certain sectors, certain work spaces. There is a need. There might be a situation where there is lacking and another person is better qualified to do it, or can fulfill the need due to whatever the economy is, or things like that. But me myself, I take up a job that any quote unquote uh, Danish person can have, technically, right? But I know damn well, being the person that I am and my performance, that the people that I work with, they like me over a lot of different people. You see what I mean? Because of my mindset. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so you would, if I was excluded from the job that I have, it would actually do harm. And you would say that there's people that there, by law, any person can pretty much do, if you're certified, you can do the job that I have. I have multiple certifications, but if you get these certifications, you can do the job that I have, right? But on the other hand, there's people that would say a lot of Danish people don't want this job, right? But then again, there's other people that say, you taking my job, right? There's like, so it seems to me like within the Black community, at least, like FBAs or African Americans and Caribbean people and just the diaspora in America, it seems to me that a lot of the confusion is based on a lack of data on this.
Mm-hmm.
What's really happening? you know what's really, how many people are really taking your job versus how many people are performing well on these jobs, like just doing a good doing a service for us. you know uh I think there's a lot of confusion there and a lot of gray area there, and I think
Absolutely.
yeah, and I think that's ultimately the biggest issue, because when I see some of the animosity come out, I don't understand it at all. I'm
I
like,
wanted
wow.
to say just to yes, definitely VB, and also another flip of the coin as well was very important. A lot of the people, a lot of, depending on where you're from, that's going to be unique as Black people across wherever you're from in the world. You've um there is not, I don't think there's any Black nation that hasn't been colonialized. It's fair to say, in some way, in some form. So also as well, what's a very important point, a lot of people are educated in their country, educated to a level, and I was even um, affected by that when I went to Jamaica and came back with my CXCs. They were looked down on, and it, I still went to college and I went to university, and I got my degree, but I also started to work, and I worked in a job that was way below a degree level, and there is many more people that are working. I understand that people across the world that are working in jobs who say hold a degree or have spent the time to educate, but still have to go. That's the only jobs that are on offer, and whether or not that that might be a racism thing. So there is that kind of aspect of it as well. This there is definitely economical racism, you see, and we're in a white man run world, and that's our problem, I think, where we're in their country. And for yourself, VB, being in you're exactly the same as, say, Medea, or coming to America.
Yeah.
You've left America and gone to a country which I would say, as being English, I would say is going to be tough, and the political side in the UK is very, very small. So
Well, it's not that
the
tough,
the
Jay.
odds the odds that the odds that you're going to get any power over there is very slim, because we're
Well,
still fighting it over here and they're still fighting it in America
but,
to get
but Jay,
some sort of political.
yeah, but Jade, here's the thing, just so my brothers and sisters understand this very clearly, like, um, in this immigration game, right? If you want to call it a game, but everybody knows what I mean, right? Or race. um, you have the diaspora, people of African descent, we're from many different backgrounds. Some of us are coming from European countries, or Western countries. Some of us are coming from the continent, and some of us are coming from what they call the Caribbean or South America, right? Central America or Asia, right? But having an American passport and being American still gives me an advantage, because in that I'm not so foreign in people's minds. You see, my culture is understood here. Even in, I've had to do a lot of self reflection just on my culture. How good the good parts of it, and how vile some of the parts are too. You know what I mean? How some of the things that I've had to internalize, some of the violence, Americans are violent, yo. I just have to say that right off the bat. We are violent. We are very, very violent, and not violent with our mouths. We can speak very politely, but after that, we can be very, very violent. Whereas though some other people around the world, they're with their mouths, they're not violent the same way. They don't walk around with guns. They're not really to jump on you on sight and all of these things. They might have some slightly different ways of expressing themselves that could seem hard, but they're more calculating. you
Mm-hmm.
know? So I had to kind of, learn to adjust a little bit, but I had an advantage being American. I had an advantage
And,
that a person from maybe Jamaica doesn't have, or from the continent doesn't have, right? If we could say that. I mean, I don't
and
know.
that kind of feeds into what this whole topic is about, the toxic, toxic behavior. When you learn a thing, right, and that's all you know, okay, and then you go someplace else with that same toxicity, that those things have to be worked out, because now you're in another place that doesn't, like, for instance, I with my Indian coworkers, some of them were used to having in their country people waiting on them, right? So when they would come to America, they had that same mindset, right? So they would talk to you in a particular tone to, like, demanding you do a thing. And I would just look at them like, and I would say, who are you talking to? and they would look at me like I lost my mind, right? Like, why are you addressing me back? I'm like, you're in America, and that tone is not going to go over well. And I would suggest you try to, as quickly as you possibly can, change that tone, because
Yep.
somebody, and I'm one of them, that could come back at you and use that same tone, and you won't like it. So I would recommend, as quickly as you can. I even had one of my coworkers at one time. He he raised his voice to me. I said, "Oh, so we gonna do that? You want to do that?" I said, "Now I can do that." "Oh, I talk like this all the time." No, I don't care who else you talk to like that, but you're not going to do that with me. So I would suggest, again, change your tone, because I can go head to head and toe to toe. So and these are people who, you know, most of quite a few of my co-workers were not from America. So I had to, school them on, no, we don't do that here, or you might want to, they were used to getting their lunch fed to them over there, and they would come to me, "Andrew, where's my lunch? See those people standing on that sidewalk over there? Catch a ride. That's where your lunch is. We don't do that here in America." So the things that just, they come in here with what they know, and think they can apply it in another country. And no, you just have to help them realize this is not where you're from, and it's just quick for you to. So those, like I said, those are a lot of learned behaviors that we have to really take the time to overcome these behaviors that are not. And I'm just speaking for our community. Exactly. Yeah. So we have to help ourselves. Yeah. To come through and deal with those. And I don't care where we come from. So anyway.
Yeah, and I still, no matter what, the reason why I said Americans are violent, right, is because there's not a day that I don't struggle with myself. Also, just to, like, make sure, there's not a day I'm not tested. You see what I mean? Like, and then when I think about it, I'm like, wow, this person didn't even understand how I took that, because my reaction was overboard. Like, they didn't mean it this way. They didn't say, and my reaction could be like to strike back, to respond back quickly. But in their mind, what they're saying is something totally different. They're experiencing something totally different. And not only that, like, sometimes I told you before, one day I was just walking to the store and I heard somebody jogging behind me. It was a lady jogging behind me. And something clicked in me, and my adrenaline rushed like so fast. I turned around and I almost knocked this lady. I was about to clobber this lady. And I saw her and I was like, what the hell is wrong with me? Right. And it's because we grow up like this, with this kind of conflict zone in the US, where outside of that, maybe that's not realistic, So I had to change a lot about myself, but it doesn't mean I can change and be conscious of it, but it doesn't mean it's going to go away so easy.
Exactly. So what I would do too is I would use people who have been in America for a little bit, like some of my coworkers, especially my Indian coworkers. I would go get one of them who've been here, 10, maybe 10 years. You need to go talk to that person over there. You need to go help them. Go help them, help them get it together.
Hey, Ralph.
They're going to have problems. Help them get it together, right? And they would do, I said, because they don't want me coming at them. I'm telling you, they don't. Okay, Andrea, I'll talk to them. I'll go get somebody who's already seasoned, who's been here for a minute. Go talk to your newbie here, because they're going to have problems. And so I would do, try to help them out as best I could to keep them from getting caught up or snatched up. Because I'm like, that tone right there is going to get them in trouble. So, anyway, it's all good,
What do you think about, let's say, a certain job market per se?
What about Brother Tar's?
Tar, you there, Tar? Yeah, go ahead, Tar.
Because he's going to be great to hear his point of view. Brother Tar, man. Sorry, BB.
Yeah, true peace, everybody. I'm at work, but I couldn't help but to jump in real quick. But I wanted to say that everybody is right, and I wanted to add my perspective as well, as far as the jobs that they claim that we don't want, which I've been hearing that too. Once you start getting, waking up and being into consciousness, you kind of start at from my point was, slavery, and we finally got out of that, and then we started trying to build, trying to do our own thing, and then they started attacking the stuff we did, then they started trapping us into politics and laws and voting, whatever we got in, because we were so far behind when they let us in, we still didn't have enough time to catch up with how they got to where they got with the laws, and we just started getting just in the washing machine of it all. But on a basic level, a lot of those jobs, uh, because of the capitalism in America and the competition, a lot of jobs like we had, I didn't look at McDonald's and all of them as, it wasn't about as a glory job. It for me personally, it took a lot for me to process waiting 2 weeks to get paid. They used to have those McDonald's commercial with the black guy in the hood, and he's working for McDonald's, and they show how he started coming up. But those jobs, even though they kind of showed you this is a way to go, it didn't show you how would I make myself better. Because remember, we all conditioned, even if we're not understanding it, but you're looking at it, you see the rich people on TV, you see the TV shows, all of those jobs that was at our disposal didn't equate to that. So if I'm looking at McDonald's, Burger King, and my education is low, I already know I'm capped off with some 2-week job. And I'm mad at a lot of things because you experience and feel the blockage, even if you don't know that it's an educational mountain you gotta pass, because you already like, damn, I know that I have to eat every day. You know what I'm saying? And back then the internet wasn't around. So I didn't have the wherewithal to be like, well, where did this, getting paid every week or every 2 weeks come from? And then, why is it like that? And all this other stuff, you got to get a bank account. When I started working, it was like, man, it was like almost $4 an hour. And then it moved up. So I went through that slow pace. Still other people, like that's around now, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 for that. That's quick for them. But for those of us who went through that slow pace, you couldn't visualize this job is going to turn into that. And like you said, we've been over here so long, we've seen different avenues, and you's like, I can't build nothing with this. You see what I'm saying? And like you said, other people come here, they have a vision because they came from lesser compared to what America looks like as far as expansion and building. See, they got a different version. We live here, so $10 an hour is $10 an hour. $10 an hour overseas, like you see what I'm saying? That's different. See, they got a vision and they got all these other reasons to work because it's going to something that's going to create something somewhere else. We're here, we don't have that. As soon as we get paid, you get your first check, then you realize it's 30 things been taken out your check. You being taxed, and then when you go buy some, you getting taxed again. So we pissed when we get our first check. When they get their first check, it's like heaven because they got a different way that they make their money work for them. So none of these jobs that a lot of people are seeing, even now, they're not glorifiable and you don't feel good. This is why the drug dealer and the quick money and being an entrepreneur and trying to be a Instagram influencer, I'm gonna try to get me 5 million followers, and I'm gonna try to, because they can see that taking them further than trying to go the slow pace route. Because now all of us, and I'm pretty sure that's educated enough, can see that all that was a blockage, like they did when black people start getting into getting out of slavery and start getting into this system. That's when they start creating all these degrees and stuff to make it harder and for us to get anywhere. That's why affirmative action had to be created, because they was blocking us through college and all these other things. So these other people who come here, they didn't have to experience all of that, and we remember that, and we still suffering because you be like, man, I remember when my mama died, and all she left me was debt. When her mama died, she left me with debt. So you can go back 4 or 5 generations, right, to back 1950 or before, and all you got was debt. And then when you look at it, it's like, wow, we've been working all this time, we don't get nothing. And so these people don't know that, like Medea was saying, and the rest of them, they don't have that part of the struggle. You understand? And like say, you can come from another country and you know how to do all types of doctrine things. They still gonna make you do X, Y, and Z. Now, some of it makes sense because of health, but a lot of that ain't even about the accidents that you can have on a surgery table, because you got professionals that make mistakes and people still die. They make you work harder because it keeps you stuck on all of these different barriers that they created to slow people down and extract money. But that's what it is. The whole name of the game for the Caucasian or any other country that's at the top is to make sure the competition doesn't be able to catch up with them. That's the name of the game, through whether it's colonization, racism, Jim Crow, whatever types of laws and rules that these people make on top of their legal ones is what our people from around the world don't understand. So they come here, they looking at, man, y'all got opportunities. No, y'all don't understand. We was here before they did all of that. When they came here, America was an opportunity based on what Europe and them was saying and how they did Africa the same way, specifically South Africa. So it was an opportunity for them. We got held back the whole time, and now because of the ignorance and the self-hate and the depression and feeling like I can't succeed, and then they're showing you images of Oprah and all these people. You're dreaming, but your dreams are getting killed. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a constant cycle of dangling the carrot, and you live here, but even if you can't identify, something is holding you back, whether it's, like you said, misinformation, disinformation, black people hating on you, black politicians siding with the enemy to make certain rules. We got all this stuff we go through. And now look what happened in Made It East again. Now immigrants coming in here, even though it's political, to use them for votes so the Democrats can do whatever they want to do. We still on the sideline, mad, confused, and pissed. And that's what we're seeing. And that's, that goes back to anybody that's coming here who lacks the historical reference. We got all the historical and the experience. They may learn a little something, but they ain't got no experience. Even if they were done dirty where they're from, they didn't never come to the pressure we had. Black people in America, African people are the most special because we went through so much, and we still turned out people that got money, but even though they're not African minded, we still show the world we can make it. But these individuals still come here and look like we the trash in the bottom because we've been kept here through so many means. And that's where the problem comes in at, because they'll drop them people right in our neighborhoods, and they're judging us because to them, they're in a candy store. And that's not true. You see what I'm saying? It's true for you, but you still being used against us, and we're here and we watching everybody. It looks like they're passing us, but really it's a circle. We done ran every game, every lap they done put out, and we realize it ain't getting us nowhere. But the person who ain't been in the lap, to them, they see a whole bunch of laps, and they like, man, we finna do it. And once they come over here, like Michael Blackson, I'm gonna say this, and I'm a Michael Blackson was doing an interview I listened to last week or so. This Negro, because he's from overseas, Nigeria, he gonna say it's no excuse why black people shouldn't be successful. And I said, this is the nigga shit I be talking about, because nigga, you didn't go through nothing. You see what I'm saying? You came here in the ghetto, you worked for a little while, and you found your lane. But if it wasn't for people like Dick Gregory and Red Fox and Richard Pryor and everybody who created the dozens, right? He wouldn't even been able to do what he did. but this is modern. This is 2 weeks ago. Michael Blackson said that, and that pissed me off. How
Okay,
can you
Todd,
come here? Go
let
ahead.
me find that. Let me find where that is. I want to get the whole context of that, because
Hey,
sometimes they be taking these. I'm not. Don't. I know this is going to sound funny, but
Go ahead.
sometimes I've heard things like that um, that have happened before. Let's say, but sometimes it doesn't always come out to be what that person actually was saying. You know.
Yeah, I heard the
So
whole interview. I watched the
okay.
whole interview, and he repeated it. And because Michael Blackson made his money off of here. That means everybody black that
Okay,
contributed
but what's he?
to
But
making
what's
it easy, right?
okay?
He said
I
this.
get,
Let me. This is what I'm saying. He
okay. Go
said
ahead.
this after he said, "I wouldn't build the school in Nigeria," but you doing it off the hustle. And all of the black comedians, and even the white ones that was with black people coming up, and whoever open up a lane where you was able to find it, get money off of what we done. See, that's what pissed us off. You took American money, black people's talent who allowed that, built you a school in Nigeria, and come here and say he can't make enough money to leave here to make it over there, and then in the same breath say it's no excuse why black people shouldn't be able to do anything. That's the disconnect and the disrespect. No, to say that. No one should be able to say that with a straight face and still make money. Because we had banks set up when they gave us some money after the slavery and all that, them banks, and they took all our people money, and all the stuff we can keep naming that we suffered. And these individuals that's blacker than me and you, with the accent, learn to talk English, came up amongst us and still have the nerve to say it's no excuse. And that's a slap in our ancestors' face. That's like everything the
Oh,
Caucasian
okay.
government has done, meaning, oh, so that didn't mean that. That means after all we suffered, racism, murders, the CIA, the FBI, all these coons and clowns that then destroyed everything we had. Oh, that don't count. It's no excuse. That's when they say that to me, who has knowledge, right? And it hurts me, you know what I'm saying?
But you're out. Todd, I get you, man, and I agree that on that. From what you're saying, that it does sound
That
vile, right?
that put me
It's a
that
generalization he's making,
and
essentially.
it hurts me. I'm in tears. I'm in tears right now because that hurt to
But
say
let me
that.
ask this. Let me ask this though. Can't we say? Don't we say the same thing about like Ghana? Like he's from Ghana. Don't we say, hey, there's no reason why y'all can't make it there?
No,
You got
I don't. I know better than that because
but there's
I look
Ghanaians
at
that
the
say it, bro.
politics.
There's
Huh?
there's
Huh?
Ghanaians that say that too. I know plenty
Right,
of
but
Ghanaians that are like
because
their
they're not.
politics is messed up, their
Right, because
government
they're
is
not
messed up.
educated. They're not educated enough in the espionage and how mankind, non-African people who are in our countries manipulating all of our presidents. Right now, China has a school in Ethiopia that a shoemaking company in Ethiopia, and they make these black people, mostly women, do a military drill every day before they go into this company to make shoes for China. I got it on my shorts. Go on my YouTube. This stuff hurts me so bad. You understand? I'm very angry and upset because we're sitting here and we're allowing ourselves to be hurt and arguing and fussing, and our people are being pimped by the same races of people over and over, and we're too ignorant to understand that.
mhm.
And the fact is, these people, Michael Blacks and all of them, whatever their intention is, they got where they're at because of us. You understand? And so that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, I hear
Hey,
you,
and
bro.
brother
I mean,
and brother
it's
Todd,
go ahead, Ralph.
you gotta think about this. Not only did he come here young, uh,
Hmm.
he still piggybacks and makes fun of Africa and be prideful in Africa while still here. He
Exactly.
doesn't just he doesn't just and the majority of those who come here, such in the rap industry, the mute, you know what I'm saying, the
Yep.
movie industry, we come in when they come here, we support them. They
Yep.
get their money, they go support them. And then also they don't just support them, they tell us how bad we are at everything, and then when we go say something back about, well, why you here? They can't even defend their own country. They won't defend their own country. They say it's more beautiful. It's more,
Michael
you
Michael
know.
Blackson's has reinvented how they made black people wear blackface and act like clowns back in the early movie days. That's what he's done. Every time you turn around, you black mother sucker, you ugly
Mhm.
African, you did all this stuff. That's what he does. He disses himself, and because I got knowledge, that's what I see. I see how the Caucasian made black people make fun of themselves even before the black exploitation movies. That's what he's done, and people laugh at that, but that's a form of self-hate, and that's what I'm saying. And they'll never say anything against their Caucasian counterpart because of what they cut them to check. And they'll disrespect us and throw us to the wolves every single time. So this is a great conversation to have. I just been feeling this in my heart for a while, and these type of conversations touch me because it upsets me because of the danger that we're currently in. For those who don't know, please go to my YouTube, look at some of my videos, especially the ones on politics and what they're doing. And we're in another, we up for another civil war that's coming. It's already happening, and it's just slowly setting us up again. And America has made black people over here so soft and so hating toward each other. We can't protect ourselves if a war pop out right now. You can't depend on the gangs because the gangs are self-hate and they're being paid by the CIA and all these other folks. They're not worrying about all these other places. I just found out there's a secret Caucasian group called SACA. It's a secret society of number of white men. They KKK, they done reinvented themselves and they buying up all types of land in Idaho, getting their towns ready. They talking about they finna start a war in 2025, and they got the same rhetoric that the KKK had. But all these guys here are millionaires. The old KKK didn't have no money. They just was in positions of power like a judge and the police. These are millionaires who are radical. I've heard the speeches. I sent a little bit to you yesterday, Bennett. And if you go deep into it, these folks are prepared to kill anybody who's not a Christian and believe
Hey,
that
Tar, what's the
America
name
is
again?
theirs.
What's the name again? You said soccer.
It's called soccer for short. Just go. It's an acronym, SACR. You got to go back in the WhatsApp to get the actual name. If I just ran upon it yesterday doing research. You definitely want to do a separate show on that. And let our people know over here that there is a group of rich white racists that are preparing to kill. They setting up towns, they got their own laws, and they're radical. This is worse than the regular old school KKK and all of that. You understand? They not playing. And we need to understand that we're so distracted with foolishness that if they started something right now, we would lose by default because we ain't even unified. Look at what we talking about here today. We not even unified based on pay, equal pay, whatever, because our people are so worldwide ridiculous when they come here, like the sisters were saying, they already have a preconceived notion. So if they already hating you for not working jobs that we already went through to the reason why, because we don't see an ending point of success, that if they looking down on you about that, you think they're gonna pick up a weapon to protect you? No. So we'll all end up mostly damaged and deleted because we're still got that one thing in common: disinformation and self-hate, and thinking that because they come to a place that done did your race of people wrong over here because they don't see us as the same, they think that they safe. So you think that everything we went through, when you take away, if they cut down the volume and look at us together, all together, with nothing else, you could tell we the same people. We may look a little different, but we got that hair texture the same, and we got the skin tone, but we still getting played not by just the Caucasian, but by the Asian and the Russian, all these different people. And we don't have no friends in this world. We all we got. And the world has shown us this. And this is not to exclude other races of people who stood by and rolled with us to the end. But on a major scale, when you put it in that perspective, every race on the planet hates us. And until we understand where we at in this world, we're in trouble. But please, Ben, I'm finna go back to work. I ain't even started my shift yet because I wanted to get that off my heart, and to thank everybody for coming in, and thank you for having this show, because these dialogues need to be held as far as letting our people know we need to really look at what's taking place. That's my job too. I study the past, but I also look at it from a political danger perspective and survival. Please look that thing up I sent you yesterday and do a little bit more research and and educate the people on that, so they can realize over here that we still are at war and those folks still hate us. It's a group of those folks who anger and energy never change from the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th century. Those group of people have been planning, and they hate us. Even though we ain't did nothing to them, they are the aggressor, and that means they are your enemy. When somebody does something to you and keep doing stuff and you did nothing to them, that's your natural enemy. It's no amount of history and dialogue you can have with them to make them see it no other way. That's our enemy. After that, I'm gone. I love all of y'all. Thank you, Bennett. I'm going to holler at you later. True peace,
All right,
y'all.
y'all.
True peace.
Yo,
Thank you.
peace. Yeah, well, that was a lot there, man. And I agree. There's with this idea of you know, there's special times right now, and then there's a lot of division among people that you would think would have a natural reason or a natural political reason for unity, you know, and it's the two things don't align necessarily. Others are very organized about the future and where they're going and who they are, and then we have a lot of identity conflicts and internal strifes, it seems, politically, that is. So yeah, what can you say about it? It's troubling when you look at it in terms of when you break it down to the core, like survival things. What are you going to do tomorrow if the lights go out, if the electricity doesn't work, if the water doesn't work? How are you going to respond to that with all of this division, right? Who's
Brother
in good
Shaka,
hands?
what's your view on this? Brother Shaka.
Peace to all. Can you hear me? You don't hear
Yeah,
me?
we can hear
Yeah, I
you.
can hear you. We
All
can
right.
hear you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Peace to everybody. Well, Tar had to go, but I wanted to tell him, like I said many times, Caribbeans and Africans have love for Black Americans, and sometimes there may be one or a few people who will say things that you will not like or appreciate, but it's good to try not to make a rule out of an exception. But I didn't hear when I got on. I just finished work, and I didn't hear what he was saying at the beginning, but I just caught when he was talking about Michael Blackson. So
Right. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know in detail what was said before.
Well, he said that Michael Blackson recently made a comment saying that there's no excuse why African Americans, Black Americans can't get done what they want to get done. Is that what it was? Hold on, let me go ahead. You know what? I'm gonna
Pretty
play
much,
it in
that's pretty
another
much what it
browser
was.
back. Go ahead. Go ahead. What was that, Andrea?
I said that's pretty much what it was. But I want to say that's the reason why it's important to have this kind of dialogue, right? Because if it's about our behavior, and it's something that could be holding us back from doing the things and having the things that we need to have as a community, this needs to be addressed, right? We need to stop doing what we're doing in order to make progress as a unit. Now, people can progress individually. Yes, that can happen. But as a unit, we do have to stop this toxic behavior. We can't keep coming at each other over stupid stuff that has nothing to do with the growth of the community or even just yourself as an individual. There has to be some accountability and responsibility in what we say and what we do in order to make a change within ourselves, and then it goes outward to the community. But if we're not willing to do the work that is required of ourselves as an individual, then we're going to continue having these problems in our community because we will try to justify our behavior and say, well, this is how I was raised, or this is the environment I was in. And all those things could be true and not true or whatever. But that doesn't excuse us from doing the work that is necessary to change our mindset from even being, being, because that's the place that we're stuck at, is how we've been colonized in our mind per se, as it was being physically. So we need to get in there and do that hard work and realize that our people are our people. I don't care where they come from. Like I said, I make a point of saying hi to all. I don't care. Hey, hey, hey. I mean, we even like, I don't know if y'all have done this. We've gone to, like, when our kids were playing sports, and even now with my grandkids, we can sit up there around other Black people that we do not know from Adam and have a conversation and carry on like we've known each other for years. And then I've had some white people like, do y'all know them? No, we just met each other. We would never be able to do that. Okay, but and that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. We can do those things. We don't have a problem interacting with our people, right? So it's those types of things that prove that we can excel above and beyond what these stereotypical mindsets are. That we're better than that. And so, like I said, it's just going to take work. It's not like us. People act like we've been far removed from a lot of stuff, and we're not. Yeah, they're trying to scale back on our affirmative action. They took that away, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. They took that away, but that still doesn't stop us from doing the hard work of making sure that we are in the right mind space to do what is necessary to get done. And I mean, that's what I have to say about that. All right.
Well, sometimes, when it comes to entertainers per se, not just in general, I don't always take their lead when they make comments, political comments. Sometimes I've found that they're not those type of comments aren't really rooted in something that deep, and so maybe shouldn't be taken a specific way per se. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to cap for Michael Blackson, because I do believe he coons, but in some of that, maybe he also is bringing people together, and I don't know. I don't understand it. I think it's a low bar for comedy, but he's not the only one, so I don't want to put him out there. Sometimes I understand him, sometimes I don't, but I do know that these comedians, they don't speak generally. They're not speaking from real in-depth understanding of what's going on, and their comments shouldn't really be taken in that way, but they can still be troubling. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a generalization. I mean, if he said that, the generalization that there's no excuse, that you can't say that. Things are more complicated than that. In some ways, there's things that are definitely not some ways, there's definitely things that are barriers and been problematic and fall within the realm of racism, institutional discrimination, period. You cannot
Mm-hmm.
argue against that. There's people that live that experience out. But if he's trying to say something else, like from a different perspective, like maybe he's saying he's seen Africans be resilient, be poor, and be resilient at the same time and achieve. If he's trying to make that kind of statement, then okay, there's a little room for that too, because you have to understand that even though there's hard times, there's ways where you might be able to succeed and overcome those hurdles. And even if you're discriminated against, there's ways you can organize around discrimination. You know what I mean? There's ways, some very simple ways: kindness to your neighbor, treat your, when was the last time somebody came to your door and knocked on it, and asked, can they borrow some sugar? Well, those are ways people survive. Those are ways people get around discrimination. This person doesn't have money, I do have money. Do I say no, or do I say yes? Do I share? How much of myself do I share? Those are things that a lot of groups of people are doing to get around economic oppression, and they're surviving, and they might survive to take over with those kind of tools now. You see? So we do have to ask ourselves, I just want to be clear about Michael Blackson was saying. But again, I'm not capping for him because he's a comedian, and sometimes comedians say asinine things and triggering
Well,
things. They get
VB,
results, algorithm, blah blah blah.
VB, he don't, he 100% behind Tar, and what Michael Blackson has done, he has now got some money and has now started to attack the same people that has helped him to get where he is. And you can even see the African leaders. Let's go back to Africa. I'm sorry, we don't want to do this, but we must. Africa has a huge burden on how black people are across this world, right? Because when you look at the for an example, when you look at these rulers over there, right? They have all their money, their people starving, right? They take their money, gone to France, gone to Switzerland, bank accounts. And when they run them out the country, you see them over there, right? I'm telling you, we're so wicked to each other. Believe you me, it's sad. And we're never going to get over that. And he's right. I told you that before. They're planning to kill us, mate. They're ready. The young ones coming up, these white ones coming up, they're looking to do us some real damage, and we're gonna get exterminated, right? They're ready in Africa. Got our brothers and sisters making cheap shoes, man, right? And our brothers and sisters make them chiefs. All these kind of behavior, right? I tell you, as much as we're doing what we're doing, killing each other over here and in America, but they have a lot. I'm telling you, but once Africa get their stuff together, then a lot is a lot's on their shoulders. A lot's on their shoulders, and we can't try and go around this thing, right? Exactly what Michael Blackson has done just shows you there is a mentality like that in Africa, and that I know that for a fact. That's, and I'm not hating, I'm not African, I love Africa and I love African people, I love my people all over, but boy,
yeah, man. I mean, I want to see the clip. That's the final part. So we got to see the clip then, since and I'm not saying it's not it. Like, seriously, I don't cap for comedians. I learned that a long time ago, and it's not anything personal. It's just a comedian's job is not an activist job. I don't take musicians to be activists either. I don't listen to them. I don't follow them because I know a lot of times they are not really up to par, completely. And I'm not saying their job is to be either, but it can be problematic sometimes when we following entertainers, and taking their advices. But I just want to be clear and fair to Michael Blackson too, in terms of the comment, just to make sure I understand it. So hopefully we can get the link going on, because I'm searching for it. I'm waiting for Tar. Maybe Tar can send it to me in the back chat. But go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when I was working, they were planning on this particular, I can't remember what year it was, for Black History Month, right? And the lady who was in charge of our diversity, equity, inclusion, she was a Black lady who came up with this. So it was brought to us as, this is going to be controversial, and we're going to put this out there. So when we do whatever we're going to do for Black History Month, we're going to have this panel, or we're going to talk to certain people, and we're going to say we're Black and. So Black and an engineer, Black and a this, Black and a that, and they went on about that for a minute, and then I just couldn't take it anymore. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you talking about that we're Black and? They know that we're Black and everything else like them. They know that we're Black and mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers, and we work, we go to school, we do all the same things that they do. The problem they have is the color of our skin. That's the problem. And I said, I'm sick and tired of us being a minstrel show for those who want to continue to use us as a means for them to feel better about themselves. Okay, so stop the nonsense and see it for what it is. Okay, we waste too much time trying to do. Are the other groups going to do that? Are they going to come say, I'm Caucasian and, or I'm Latino and, or I'm Chinese and, or I'm Asian? Are they going to, is that the requirement for them? Because if you're not going to do it for everybody, then you don't do it to us either. Right? You don't, that is so it just went beyond the pale for me. And I had people in the background asking, who is that? Who is that saying? Because I was the only one who had the courage to get up and say, this is nonsense. Stop making us the whooping post or the whipping for everybody else. Because if you're not going to make it equal, don't do it to us. But they did anyway. They didn't listen, right? So the same person who made that requirement or was suggesting that we do that, said to me, I finally had this conversation with her, and she says to me, well, Andrea, in order for us to get promoted, it's going to be a white man that does it. I'm like, oh, that's a duh, a duh. That's a big duh. I mean, because but
that don't mean you got to bend over.
Exactly. I said, so you're making the assumption that all Black people work in this telecom industry. That is the dumbest thing. The math alone won't let you do that. Right. I said, so that's a big duh. I said, so don't insult people's intelligence by making a statement like that, okay? All you got to do is do the math. There's not enough of us to be in the telecom industry. Not nearly enough. So that's a duh. That's a big duh. So don't do that. So, you constantly have to remind our people, stop doing that. If you're going to do anything, make it to make us in a better position, not making us do stuff like this, because this is an insult to who we are as human beings. It's an insult that we have to be the ones to be put out there like that, as if they don't know already. It's the Black part they have an issue with. It's not the other.
And oh, you're right. Yeah, that's true. But you mentioned something about you were talking about us being put out there to look like fools or something like that. Like you talking about the comedians or like Michael Blackson or
no, I was just talking about in my job, at my job. Okay, we're here in the telecom industry that requires you to have some type of education. It requires you to have some type of intelligence. And then here you come with saying we're Black and you've insulted us as if we don't know we're and just like them. I'm talking about in the industry I work in. I ain't even talking about those people out there.
Right. I got you. I just wanted to make sure, but it just to go back to the Michael Blackson thing. It also something else just popped in my head now, in terms of regardless of the statement about did Tar put it in the back chat? Okay, no. Regardless of the one statement, and we're going to review it because Tar, he found it. He's just going to send me the timestamp so we can check it out. But outside of that, about the imagery, and people having misconceptions about African Americans, right? We talked about that too, what they think of us. People think maybe we're lazy, or people think we don't work hard. Some people, not all people, by the way, there's a lot of people in the world that think African Americans work very hard. Like, really, I'm serious. The African Americans have a good reputation. Well, I don't know. It depends on where you are, but I think it's true. We're not known to be lazy, but in this context, maybe when we're put up against others from emerging economies, where we could look lazy, but generally we're not seen as lazy. Not generally. And I'm just curious if the image, like people like Michael Blackson or the comedians or the entertainers, tend to make us look lazy or stupid, and people believe it. Like they tend to make people tend to think that we are interested in buying a Benz first before we buy a house, or we are interested in sex more than we are, other things, taking care of our families, our kids, things like that. Do you think that might have something to do with some of the negative views people are having?
I think it has a lot to do with it, plus more. We start looking at what NBA players make, NFL players make, rappers make, entertainers, the amount of money they consume, the amount of fan base they have, the media projection of it. You look at what they buy. You look at what they promote, and they promote towards the youth. So if the youth can stay ignorant, along with the old ignorant, you have no room for change, really. And when you start looking at how America promotes us, they promoted us as slaves, then they promoted us as niggas, then they promoted us as blacks,
We
then they promote.
promoted as toxic people.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. They promote us as slaves, niggas, blacks, then African Americans, still no identity within America. They keep giving us other stuff, along with our own people coming, giving us new identity, and also along with religion. They, foreigners come over, and then we start to learn new things, and we start to um, progress in religion or a certain type of spiritual culture. Still separates us as well. So when it comes to looking at the people, the colored people of America, we have no unity in anything besides what we're getting paid to do. Um, then what we're not getting paid to do, we won't do. So such as like crashing media, um, certain things like Twitter, Instagram, those should be the first people who promote our image. They should be the first people to be boycotted for a while for them to lose money so they can understand, you know, we are serious. And I also said in a few videos before, we got to find a way to try to crash the European economy to build ourselves back up. Because if we give them all our money, such as banks, if we support all their values and their views, what can you do to for your people to come up? You really can't do anything if you're not really trying to, stop the revenue of America. Uh, Last but not least, we keep thinking that we have something to do with these politicians and things like that. When we look at how many, African or blacks or, in Congress, their laws never benefit us anyway. It only benefits the upper class or it's promoting to give harder or longer jail sentences. So, you know, and the people that comes as foreigners around the world, they don't get treated as such. They find out they're foreigners, most of the time they let them go, uh, you know, slap on the wrist. So they even being treated differently, you know what I'm saying, emotionally, physically, and economically in America. So, I mean, it's cool to get along with everybody, but when you see the opportunities are different, or when you can look at
Ain't
unity
that
with,
the face of crime?
you know, uh, or you can look at the unity between them and the way they associate with us, like we're not a part of them. You can always say, well, we're really not classified as the same. We're mentally, culturally different.
Yeah. Well, as far as look, let's try to keep it back. I understand the idea about other groups of people, but I'm trying to keep it within the context of the diaspora. And, so let's say, African, black people in general, Africans, Caribbeans, African American. I hate saying Africans and Caribbeans and then saying African Americans,
Yeah,
because in my view, South black people in South America are Americans, Caribbeans are it's the Caribbean, but it's Central America. In
it's
my
almost
view,
like
we
we
all
it's almost like
Americans.
we selecting ourselves out. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
gotta say African Americans, like we're already generalizing we're different from
yeah.
everyone
I would
else.
rather say Afro Americans, but or Black Americans, but I would apply it to all of us because we all pretty much here under the same circumstance and for the same reason, have the same history, right?
Absolutely,
So
but he's right, VP. We are all unique. We all have a different uniqueness, We must, and that's right. But what Rav said, we are all different,
right,
We are
but
black. We are black, but we have a unique, depending on how we've been colonialized and all that, and where we're from. We are
yeah,
unique, living underneath the umbrella.
Right. I think we should just start saying USA Americans or USA blacks or something. Or, I don't know. I don't want to cause any trouble, but y'all know what I mean. Let's
or
try
just
to keep it in.
Americans, or just Americans. So
No,
since
but I
we've
mean,
been here, we built it. We don't need to put the stereotype of black or African or whatever. We're here in America, being Americanized, and we are Americans. And the only thing you can do for America, if we're going to really take care of our people, is make America great within us, so we can,
okay,
be better.
but if we do that, then let's say, for example, then we're not talking about our alliances change, bro. Because this is what I meant. Like in terms of talking about the toxic elements or the misnomers or the misunderstandings that we might cause each other, doing each other harm as diaspora in the US, right? These sort of conflicts, these sort of behaviors, that's the only, I wanted to focus on us as a resource to say that if we can have understanding, then we can kind of clear up some things and move on. That would be an advantage to us. But if we're going to abandon that and say let's just talk about us as Americans, well then everybody else is not American. But are our own American counterparts, are they our allies in politics? No,
No,
they're not. So that would be ridiculous. That's the whole point of the diaspora having some ideas about what we're doing and how we're treating each other and what toxicities do we uh carry on and pass along to each other. What behaviors can we get past, and what misunderstandings can we resolve, because our own, as Americans, our own counterparts, what do we have? I mean, I'm not saying we don't have any understanding with other Americans, but damn, bro, anytime you listen to Todd, man, you hear what he's talking about. He sent me the video. I'm gonna pull it up. I just wanted to get the Michael Blackson one up first, but the second one is this Sark thing. I mean, is that a counterpart for us, Black Americans, white people that want to kill black folk? Is that our ally?
no,
Hell
no.
no.
But we always overlook that. I'm saying? This is America. America is built on racism towards Negroes.
All right,
So
let me pull
what
this up. Go ahead.
I keep mentioning the Ku Klux Klan. I say, when I talk about Trump, Biden, all of them, they just setting the bar. They just say, hey, like you said, those the old ones. The new ones finna come in. I hope y'all armed and scrap. If you're in a up northern state where you can't carry, kind of feel bad for you. But if you're in the South and you got legalized carry, you in a Republican type state, legalized for that. Defend your family.
Keep talking. Give me 1 second. I just want to review this clip real quick, and I'm gonna pop it up.
Okay. One thing we always learned as Americans here, as Black folks, we always look down on guns because we kill each other with them. But we need to be understanding how to protect ourselves. And our family and friends. A lot of women really don't prefer guns in their homes. A lot of good spiritual women. But now we got ratchet women and men out here shooting for nothing, helping the white man succeed. We also got our own hate crimes against each other, men and women, within our community. If you don't make a certain amount of money, look a certain type of way, you're not a mixed breed. Yeah, we got so much self hate within our communities. Um, and it's not a lot. I would say it's 50-50 because, I that's how I see it 50-50. But when we see each other, we see a payout, a get over. I'm trying to come up, not a help out, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and I think the conversation we're having is so important because uh, it's so, if we don't have the conversation, then we won't be aware of what we each other are thinking, and then maybe others will begin to think about these things and make small changes if possible, and that's the whole point of it for me. I mean, I'm committed to it. And one thing, Medea, that I liked what you were something about your background. Like you said, you're a caregiver, right? Oh, maybe she's busy because I know she's busy on her making her videos for her own channel. But yeah, I think that she works in the healthcare profession. So, and you have to have the, there's a lot of people that work in it, but you have to have the kind of, you got to be the kind, it helps to be the kind of person that wants to help people in general. That helps out a lot, the performance. And, also I find that to be similar, like in activism, like to actually care a little bit, really genuinely want to bring people together, genuinely want to, and in the health sector would be genuinely want to help people, because it takes you through the long road, but let me play this because Todd sent me this clip, and it seems pretty extreme. And when conversations, when people have a hard time coming together, just with the freedoms that they have, and the toxicity keeps them apart, then sometimes these reality checks might bring us together faster. So let's listen.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
As dangerous and clearly deranged as Trump is, we have to start asking not just what's wrong with a society that produces so much support for this chaos theater, but also who is it that so badly wants Trump to be president, not just at the bottom, but at the top. There is a term in Latin, cui bono. It means who benefits. Because beyond the angry masses who want to luxuriate in the punishment of migrants, women, trans kids, and Black collegians, the real beneficiaries of a Trump autocracy would be those the late, great comedian George Carlin used to call the owners of the country, men of great wealth, who have long sought to return to a time when people like them didn't pay income taxes or face government regulation over their businesses and didn't have to worry about labor unions, workers' rights, or competition from women or Blacks. They could employ child labor, work their employees way past a 40-hour work week, and reap unlimited profits and leave vast estates to their heirs, tax-free. They could call themselves good Christians and never think twice about dirty words like diversity, history, accountability, or equity. These are the men behind organizations like Project 2025, the Claremont Institute, the Heritage Foundation, and whatever Leonard Leo is up to at any given time. Trump, in many ways, is just their useful, scary clown. And while some of these groups are loudly proclaiming these plans to take our country back to the 19th century, others are flying under the radar, like a group called Society for American Civic Renewal, or SACR for short. This group was uncovered earlier this month by Talking Points memo, which described them as a secret, men-only right-wing society with members in influential positions around the country who are on a crusade to recruit a Christian government that will form after the right achieves regime change in the United States, potentially via a national divorce. Joining me now is the journalist who wrote this story, Josh Kavinsky, investigative reporter for Talking Points Memo. Josh, thanks for being here. And I wish that this sounded fanciful, but it doesn't. Please explain who SACR is and what they want.
Yeah, so what SACR wants is kind of what we said in the story, which is that they want to populate the government of what they call a future aligned regime. So what is that? A future aligned regime is kind of, as you said, it would be a government going back, before the 1960s, before the 1930s, before the progressive era writ large. It would be a government that, might sound familiar to people who lived in America in the 1890s. So the other kind of interesting thing about SACR is who's allowed to join. It's only available to men, it's only available to certain kinds of Christians, and they have other criteria as well. You have to be influential, you have to have some kind of wealth. It's very restrictive. And again, it's only certain kinds of Christians and certain kinds of men. So what they're doing here is they're trying to kind of, inculcate this like embryonic like version of what they want society to be like, of what they want, people who would govern America to be like in this very small secret society.
And these are not like the disgruntled, like the people you see at Trump rallies, right? Like those people can't join. You have to be rich, right? Can you give us some of the names of people? Because the Claremont Institute guy is involved. These are like wealthy white men, male Christians, right?
Yeah, that's what's critical about it. So Ryan Williams, he's the president of the Claremont Institute. He's a member of the national board. There's some other people. There's Nate Fisher in Dallas. He is a Harvard Law graduate. He worked in private equity for a few years. There's Scott Yenner. He's a professor at Boise State University. He became notorious a couple of years ago for saying that he thinks that professions like engineering and law and medicine should stop recruiting women into their ranks. Look, these are not, people who are kind of economically downscale. These are not downwardly mobile people. These are people who are basically the winners in our society. And I think when you think about the kind of resentment that this group represents, again, it's not resentment directed upwards from people who have lost out for whatever reason. What it is it's rage from people with money and status and position directed downwards to the rest of our society. It's them saying that they want a certain hierarchy that they believe does not exist right now or is being corroded, and they're trying to kind of create that or revive it.
What would happen with women in this kind of a society they want?
Well, I think a really telling thing is what they look for in their members. And what they ask for is their members are all male, and they want their members to be dominant in their household. They phrase that a few different ways in the documents that we obtained. But the message there is clear. They believe in a very traditional, strict version of hierarchies, and they believe that men should be at the top of them. I think another tell, Joy, is that one thing they say in terms of their objectives is they want to form the government of, as I said, a future aligned regime. And since they're all men, clearly they believe that men should be the ones in charge of the whole state. And
the weirdest thing about them.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, see that? Okay.
Damn. That sound like everything I've been saying. I said America was built on Christian values and laws, no rights towards women. They would strip everything from blacks. I mean, what's going to change? It's America, and then also like the bad. This is the bad thing about it. Like this is what gets me to say, I'm glad I'll probably be dead by the time this stuff happens. But I still got kids and stuff like that. That'll be alive. They'll have kids. The bad thing about it is the religion state of it, the cultural state of religion and power. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to keep them in line and order with that. When you have commandments and the Bible stating that if people are not like you, you can do certain things to them and have their things, their wives, their stuff, is not looked at as is wrong anymore morally. So that's going to be the bigger picture when it comes down for them to go to war with us because they already exterminated.
The Bible said it's okay. I got the Bible with me. I got the Quran with me.
It's like the book of Eli. Yeah, the book of, like watching the book of Eli.
God is with me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It just allows you to be uncritical about being correct or wrong.
That's right. That's right. Without making it a law. They will be able to do this without making it a law as well, because it'll be enough people to back the law with money so they never be penalized.
Right. And also, part of the law, people manage the law, right? People manage the critical infrastructure, and the law is part of it, and the judicial system is part of that infrastructure. So it does hinge on people following through with the laws. And by the way, people get get their rights what is it called? Civil rights violated all the damn time. It could be from simple as walking into a local government office and trying to collect one of your benefits, and just the wrong person takes your case, mess it all up for you. So people and their beliefs and and their intentions are very important when it comes to just something as simple as that. So let's play this. Hey, you want to say something, Beverly or Medea, before I play this next one? It's still on Sark, the second video. All right, let me play it. Let me go ahead and play it now.
A development company with far-right ties has been buying dominance in recent years, and it's attracted more and more adherents, some looking to move to communities that share the ideology. A lot of Christians might see this and think, why is that a problem? Several have made such comments in the teaser for this video, but texts like Stephen Wolf's The Case for Christian Nationalism tell a different story. A critical review on the Christian website The Gospel Coalition breaks down what the message is. Ethnicity shouldn't mix, that heretics can be killed, that violent revolution is already justified, and that what our nation needs is a charismatic Caesar-like leader to raise our consciousness and galvanize the will of the people. I grew up Catholic, and this isn't really the Christianity I remember. It feels that as America gets more progressive, these kinds of movements grow and the ideas and the people around them get more extreme. When the Christian identity movement rose up in the 50s and 60s, it was in direct opposition to desegregation and a decade of democratic rule. When it pushed further ahead in the 70s and 80s, which spurred the creation of places like Hayden Lake, Idaho, the farm in northern Arkansas, and Elohim City in the backwoods of Oklahoma, it was on the back of the government's crackdown on extreme religious sects, white supremacist groups, and far-right ideas. It seems again now, with the country where it is, there's this fiery rhetoric and a retreat by certain sections of the right to ideological enclaves where they can practice their form of oppressive Christianity. This appears to be the case in the Northwest, where the American Readout movement has been pushing for this since 2011. The movement is bolstered by the ideas of people like Matt Shea, who distributed a manifesto which called for the killing of non-Christian men if a war were to occur, and they did not agree to follow fundamentalist biblical law. And Chuck Baldwin, who is vehemently anti-Semitic and has appeared on a radio show syndicated by the white nationalist group Stormfront. While the language being used by those at Ridge Runner and its parent company New Founding certainly isn't as explosive as others, and they have stated in the past that they oppose the idea of Christian nationalism, their deep connections to far-right figures who harbor these extreme ideas and their support for Christian nationalist figureheads seem to tell a different story. Let me break it down for you. New Founding is run by this man, Nathaniel Fisher. Fisher is a firebrand for Christian and right-wing ideas.
Christians intuitively recognize that there's a problem here. This is a war that we're in.
And a bit of a paranoiac, always on his heels about the evil endeavors of the left.
The left is an existential threat to our country. They have committed acts of violence, and they will do it again. And they're going to do everything they can to neuter the people politically.
In interviews, he's reinforced this idea, refusing to shrug off being called far-right.
I found a piece by The Guardian where they referred to you as a far-right venture capitalist. Is that true?
I will not object to the accuracy of the term.
His associations seem like a fever dream of a who's who on the extreme right. For starters, Fisher is a fellow of the Claremont Institute, a California-based think tank that has taken an apocalyptic view of America in recent years. In those years, the people in its sphere of influence have been talking to secession, saying in order to carry it out, they believe they need to use whatever they might need to, including paramilitaries. Claremont has been repeatedly analyzed over the last decade for its fall from grace as a source of conservative intellectual debate to its current form as a polemicist rag laundering the ideas of conspiracy theorists like Jack the Soviet. You might think being a fellow doesn't necessarily mean much here, but I've been speaking with the source within their circles who wish to remain anonymous due to possible backlash, who claim that Claremont has been using Fisher's company New Founding as their lobbying arm to reactionary Christians. According to tax filings, Claremont also partly funds the secretive men's group Society for American Civic Renewal, known as SACR for short, in which Nate Fisher is the president of the Dallas-based lodge. SACR is ran by this man, Charles Haywood, who Fisher has said is an investor in New Founding.
Charles is an investor in our company, and he's someone I share a lot with in terms of that.
Haywood is a former shampoo magnate turned far-right conservative commentator whose opinions have caused a lot of alarm and a lot of blowback. He's been called batshit crazy by the American conservative and has spoken often about his desire to become a warlord in an armed patronage network. His men's organization's rhetoric has been called palingenetic ultranationalism, a fascist idea that proposes revolution as a means of national rebirth. Their website states they are seeking a civilizational renaissance and that they are building thriving communities of free citizens who will reclaim a humane vision of society while rebuilding the frontier conquering spirit of America. Sounds a little like Ridge Runner is proposing for their developments. Haywood himself has been creating his own compound, which he wrote will be impervious to anything but direct organized military attack, adding that it requires a group of men to make it work, what I call shooters, say 15 able-bodied, inadequately trained men. It seems his followers take this idea seriously. On Haywood's website, underneath his lengthy manifesto, you can find comments like this: "Listening to you has helped me. I could definitively muster about 15 men. We can arm another 150. Send me your address so we can pick a rallying point. As many on the right distanced themselves from him, including Glenn Beck, who called him a false prophet, Haywood was invited onto the New Founding podcast.
Now I lost my train of thought. We're talking about killing.
In a Twitter space in which Fisher was in attendance, Haywood argued that while it might not be ideal, that those on the right should cooperate with the hypothetical white nationalists who rose to power if they could in tandem with him defeat the left.
The goal of the right is to defeat the left. That's the only goal that matters, because the left is the enemy of mankind, and mankind cannot flourish until the left is defeated. Let's say a real white nationalist arose who had real political power, was able to get a significant percentage of the vote. You should cooperate with that person in order to destroy the power of the left.
The New Founding Haywood connection reveals a lot about what New Founding seems to be trying to do. While they mostly meter their words when speaking about their plans, Haywood has gone off script, fully embracing the kind of fiery language usually reserved for your David Koreshes and your James Ellison.
All right, you see, so this, while, you know, people can see this, I put this in the chat, right? And thanks to Tar for sending this over to us. Now, you know, there's on one side, there's people organizing. This is the far right, by the way, organizing, making moves. You know, at the center of that is a lot of money, a whole lot of United States American money, right? Which is a lot of money. That's a whole lot of money. I don't know how much it is, but you could just right off the bat suspect that there's a lot of money behind that. Now, on the flip side, there's a lot of other people, you know, there's the diaspora, there's Black Americans, then there's the diaspora, right? And everybody else. There's white Americans, right? And but where do we fit in that whole picture? You know, are we prepared for any type of situation? African Americans, can we bear to be isolated ourselves as FBA politically when something like this is building and is strong? And that it's not even building, just in its conception is strong. From step one is strong. By the time it gets some legs, it's going to be a megalith. You know, is the you know, is there something we should be doing or something we can do? Should we be isolating ourselves, or is there a way to have allies at the same time we keep our identities intact as well? Or in short, is there something we doing wrong? Because you know, I'm thinking that, you know, Tar was crying, basically saying that a lot of us are bickering over things, maybe division, or we have a lot of toxic behaviors that we maybe are not aware of or get the best of us. I mean, what do y'all think about this when you see this?
Man, I kind of say, you know, this America. America got to get America straight in front of their own people. The blacks got to learn that one true key: unity. They say that we're a minority. I truly do not believe that compared to the European in America. This is my opinion. America promotes us as the most dominant kind of athletes, the superior genetic race. They throw us in the Olympics. So, I mean, we have a lot of things that comes along with our genetic traits or just athleticism to fight off these things. But what we don't have is any money funding, and what we don't have is a stable mental value on religion to keep us close. We're all like I said, we're all separated by so many different types of religion. You know, who I think will stand a good chance at the time might be the Muslims. But as far as America, like we're so quick to want to give everybody else a handout and help everybody before we can help ourselves, and that's what's going to keep us down.
But okay, so I mean, on one hand, I'm thinking like these people, they labeled the left as the global enemy.
Mm-hmm.
They labeled the left as the enemy. But what do they mean by that? So they mean and it's in context to the U.S. They mean immigration,
No,
right?
Jews and Gentiles. That's what it sounds like. Jew and Gentile. Christian versus Jew, Gentiles. Sum it up in all three. If you ain't a Jew, you got your certain laws as a Jew, your certain laws as the Gentiles, and your certain laws as the Christian. How strong of a Christian are they gonna be? Christians, white Christians like Hebrew Israelites, or are they gonna be Jews where they can be sneaky, rob, steal, and have their own laws about their way with their money? Or are they gonna be Gentiles? You know what I'm saying? And those are the people who move around the land who, pay the price of whatever comes to them. So yeah,
Medea,
everybody
you
shit
there?
is really at a mercy.
Medea, can you hear me? Okay, maybe
Yeah,
she's
they might be under that COVID law washing dishes right now.
who?
The women, they might be washing dishes, making
Oh,
food.
you got COVID law.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
it's funny, really.
yeah, because the white Christian nationalists said those women can't come around.
yo, yeah. You didn't forget that COVID law, did you, Rob?
Nah. See me, I'm always thinking about what America has shown.
But
I
that
don't.
is, yeah, that's true. Well,
So
that they
and
should
it's
be
trying to
really
take it back. It said it's trying to take
see.
it back to the.
No,
Yeah,
this is what they talking about, Rob. They talk about coverture, the
yeah, you think
coverture
those
law,
women?
right here,
You think those women gonna have? Listen,
right?
white women. I'm sorry to say this. People gonna hate me. White women has been at the bottom of the barrel for the longest time, and they're gonna go back to the bottom of the barrel
If
for a
these
long
dudes get
time.
power, they going down a notch. You could safely say.
What do you think those white women going to say to those rich, powerful husbands that all stick along, think the same Christians, and they're not allowed to have those women around?
Yeah,
Those
because
women.
they believe it's okay to tell the lady to shut up, basically.
No. Listen, it's
Isn't
worse
that
for
what it
white
was
men.
like in the
It's a joke. It's a joke,
1700s,
but it's serious.
1800s? Right.
Yeah, white men kill their women and children more than any other group of people. Since the beginning of time, they've had the promotion of showing that, I should say, of killing their women, moving them to the island of Lesbos, being more interactive with men, coming to America, using their women as products, trying to start the strip club, trying to copy Africa with throwing their European women in dance moves. I mean, and brothels, Playboy Mansion, housing bunches of little half naked or naked women everywhere. They always promoted the white woman as a sex object until the black woman aligned with her. Now every woman is an object under coverture. And if men don't pay for it, women don't have it. Men don't give it, women don't have it. And then they're gonna put women back under a situation where you'll never have anything.
Damn. Why men in the West get away with killing women? Oh my goodness. Yo, I'm waiting for Pumpkin or Medea to find out what they know about this actually and what their views are on this Sacker and also regarding women, how alarmed. I mean, to me, from what I heard, women should be very alarmed. All
They're gonna
women.
be very powerful. They're gonna be very powerful because as long as you don't have a woman, and I'm not saying this, I'm not against women. Like I say, women, y'all should be able to work, do whatever you want to do, make your mind up, sell your box, whatever you want to do. Listen, when you coming up against a bunch of powerful men who will disregard you and your acts and your children for that power, you will never win. You will never win. There's nothing you can do. You'll be back to getting punched in the back of the head and say make biscuits and cakes and pies.
So in other words, women should be concerned about Trump.
No,
Is that safe to say?
no, because I believe Trump is the middleman between this. That's why he said the world's gonna be a whole heap of trouble. They let Biden back in there because listen, I'm not gonna be able to be a mediator with this. Strong white men gonna throw a fit like they did last time. They already rushed the DC. They already bombarded that. Showing how poor white along with some middle class weren't
Yo,
there.
man, DC got an armory. You know that, right? Even though
Yeah.
you don't have the right to bear arms in some sort of real situation, they have weapons in that. They have an armory. They have multiple armories for the local people. So they come up in there, and then also you got to notice those. I would just call them crackers, right? Just to make it specific, right? They're quick to understand. They didn't bring their ass to the east side.
No, they ain't break. Listen, what would they do there? What would they do there? You know
They
what I'm
was
saying?
downtown and shit.
Yeah.
With the
But what
police,
would they?
with the police protecting them.
That's right. That's like who you said. The Ku Klux Klan is usually who? The politicians, the police, the fire department, the schools. You know what I'm saying? So why would you hit the poor part of the community or the diverse part of the community? Well, they're mad at what white supremacy is doing to them, and they're gonna show white supremacy how angry they are and what y'all need to do to change this before white radicals go apeshit.
Whoa, look at this though, man. This data is I usually like to review data first because sometimes it can be tricky. It can seem like something that maybe and you don't get the whole picture, but number of murder victims in the United States in 2022 by race. Is this accurate?
Blow it up real quick.
This not these numbers, are these the right numbers, man?
There's a total of 19,000 people, 19,000 deaths, 10,000 blacks, 7,704 whites, other races, unknown races. See, I hate how they do that.
Yeah, this is just murder, not deaths, but this is murder.
Yeah. Yeah, you see white people up there now. Don't get it construed because they gonna say a lot of those people are black ain't black. So well, yeah, 3,000 behind ain't too far behind. They're in second place with their murdering. And I know a lot of the times they're not really just killing us, they're killing their own family for what they believe.
Right. Oh, okay. There we go.
I think it was a video I sent you that was joking around, but it was a white guy with a shotgun, and his wife was cheating on him and stole $100,000 using it on her lover, and the guy had a daughter, and he stood out there and said with a shotgun, he said, "Okay, baby, you about to go meet Jesus. I hope it was all worth it," and shot it 3 times with the shotgun. You know what I'm saying? Outside, butt naked with a robe on. He said he didn't care what happened to him. He said, "Yo, they stand on principle." He said if she cheated on him, I will kill you. They stand on that. We might make a threat about it, but our women be like, "You gonna kill who?" And go call Ray and everybody and brothers.
Isn't that a sign of progress?
Yeah, to me, yeah.
Is that a sign of progress?
I feel progress. But then when she notified the one cousin that just don't give a damn, and he confused the other ones to ride with him, it ain't too much progress.
I mean, I'm just saying, that. All right. But listen, we got to have we have to have the ladies to balance it off, that commentary, just to make sure those things are balanced out. But check this.
Andrea pop back up because she would be definitely funny.
Yeah, well, I want to probe her mind though on this one. You know what I'm saying, and find out not only on that, but since she's a green card holder, like she said, I want to find out what she thinks about the right, but I also want to hear this thing here with Michael Blackson and see what she thinks of that, and also everything we've been talking about, because
it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Well, y'all can have a gun, he's gonna start dropping bombs. So
I mean, well, it's getting interesting, but all right, let's play Michael Blackson now. This is we're gonna hear a comment that Tar raised that was bothersome, and let's just look at it and try to hear it for what it is, and then see what it says, and we can give some commentary on it according to what it sounds like to you. All right, so here it is. Finally we got it. Let's see here.
Doctors ain't making that much. So yeah, $200 a month, $250 max. He should live a good life.
Man, I knew Africa was a great place when I seen Hush Puppy. This nigga
he's in jail in Dubai somewhere, right? Where's he at?
Where they got it? I think he's in Dubai. Yeah. When you begin to go back and go home, like and rebuild, did you like, man, fuck, I ain't going back. Like, I'm gonna just like Akon, for instance, like he built his community, different things. Like he just, or is this just a part of the function of your job? Like you say, you go back every month.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm at the end of right now, my income is here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And till I find a way to make money there, whether it's like, you know, oil or jewelry or whatever it is that we have, the resources that we have that, you know, other people are taking advantage of and we are not. You know, I go out there and I still doing my research. I'm still meeting the people, trying to figure out how I can make the kind of money I make here, there. Till then, you know, I got to come up here and make my money. I got to give the government his part, you know. And then I got, you know, just every chance I get, I send a little bit of money home, and because I'm not sure what's going on here, and I keep some shit over there too.
Sure.
But right now, America is just, trust me, if I could live at home and fly to work every day, I'll do it. It's just too much.
What's the difference? Would you say between Africa and America that you see?
Well, we definitely have more opportunities here. Over there, it's like, you know, here you have like middle class, rich people. And back there, it's like poor and rich. Ain't no middle. And the middle class is what keep America going, believe it or not. It's, you know, and back then it's like, you know, if you have nothing, you're gonna be looked down as nothing. You know, that's a bad thing. Compared to America, you can be homeless and be a millionaire if you put your mind to the right thing. And America has the opportunity, you know. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care what hood you from, what part you from, there is no excuse living in America. There's none. You know, I came here in this country with my mother. We lived in shelter homes. My mother at one point worked at McDonald's, made $50 a week. You know, we came from nothing, and I found a way. And if it wasn't stand-up, trust me, you know, at teenage years, I worked at Domino's Pizza. If I wasn't doing stand-up, right now would have probably owned me like 5, 6 Domino's Pizza and still make millions of dollars. So America, you can find a way. You can be a landscaper, find out how you own a landscaping company, you know.
All right, I'm going to stop it right there. So what do y'all think about that comment?
Kick him to the curb.
You think so?
It was never funny. Kick him to the curb.
No, but this isn't comedy right here. Right here,
I'm just saying in general, he was never fun. He was never funny. And what he's saying, take that shit back to Africa.
No, but hold on. But here's the thing, man. I think it. Now, I'm not excusing his comment, and I don't see anything problematic about his comment. But I'm also not excusing it. I'm just leaving that out there in case there is something later to be found out, right? But how I interpret his comment is in another way, man. His statement, how I interpret it a little bit different. He's traveled the world, so when he's giving this comment, it's not excluding the reality, his experience and his knowledge about other places. So when he's making a comparative, you see what I mean? So he's saying that, I mean, you heard him build up to that comment. There's no middle class in Africa.
Yeah.
When you're on the poor side, you're looked down on, and that's it. You know, in America, you could be poor and end up being in the top, you know, a millionaire, and the middle class runs America, right? And then he said that no matter what. Now, I'm thinking that if you had a chance to question him or ask him, he could probably explain that a little more if you found offense to it, you know. Yeah. But on its own, it can be used in another way, because it could be interpreted in another way, because there will be some that will interpret it like Tar did, that say, wait a second, you know, you saying there's no excuse, but there are these other elements here, and we have, you know. But I think if you had a chance to talk with him about that, I think he would acknowledge it. You know, I think he would even be the type to say,
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that he wouldn't acknowledge it. And I think the bad thing, I say, get him out of here, because he knows it. He's been here since he was a little kid, you know. And now for him to say that, he had to have friends where he understands, where he's seen certain things where, you know, the jobs are not granted for us in a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as when I became when I got my CMA, certified medical assistant, when I became that, I was EKG and mammogram technician and everything. When I moved to New Jersey to go to school to NJCU, I couldn't get a job. They told me I wasn't bilingual, and they really wasn't, trying to hire. I don't know. I made great grades. I did my intern. I made, I was compelling on my intern. I worked at Greater Bowie Healthcare Center when I was in Maryland. And I'm like, yo, whoa, why can't I can't get a job up here? But I'm watching foreigners get the job. They can barely speak English, but I guess they can do the work. So, when he said make those type of comments, I say ship them back
Right.
because
I see
now,
what you mean.
yeah.
Yeah, he's not speaking. He can't speak for the African American experience, in other words, because he
That's right.
doesn't live it. He doesn't
That's
live
right.
it because there is that other aspect of it where I agree with you, man. It's nothing new. Immigrants, there's a way to every nation needs immigrants, and there's a way to manage it well. Some nations manage it more comprehensively. I think in terms of the United States of America, when they're dealing with African American situation, a lot is not done comprehensively. In fact, there's just no black plan. There's no black agenda. There's no reparations. There's nothing to account for all those dynamics that African Americans have experienced, and just been left out of things over and over and over. There's been no approach to it. All the approaches have been everybody or the middle class or the poor. But even within the poor, African Americans will still be disproportionately, outnumbered or disadvantaged, you could say, right? So
Right.
and this is also another clear example that is generous and as cool as Michael Blackson is, the reality is that his experience is still going to be different.
And and just look at what the income of what black men make. Now we have just the average black man between 40 and 60K a year.
Right.
That's just
Right.
the average in America for most of us. Some of us are, I'm I'm finally seeing some money where I might be able to reach 70, 80K is, the way if my job keep applying the way things is going.
Right.
Along with, with my family's help. But I know on my own what I'm worth now. Let's say if it was equal out here,
But
it would be more men, of culture holding up better positions.
right. Yeah. But let's look at this statement here that Todd put up. He put Blackson benefited from our pain and suffering. Right. But don't all people that live in America benefit from that?
To a degree.
So yeah, because he's not any different. I mean, everybody that comes to America after slavery ended benefited from the slaves.
That's
Period.
right.
They
That's right.
benefited, and they benefited from also, people that experienced Jim Crow versus
Well, we
people that
also got to blame our own people. We're supporting them in the media, so we can't just get mad at Michael Blackson for having his opinion. Even though I am, we can't just stay mad. I'm just more like, you're not funny. I don't like your point of view. If you feel that Americans aren't making what we're supposed to, take your millions and go home. Don't come back.
Right. But sometimes, see, I like to make sure I don't miss things. You see what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. I as everybody knows, I can be, a hard-headed ass motherfucker. I I could be I could be I could be just like I was just on the block and just from my own town. I can be just as simple as I want to be at times. But I tried to, as an adult and as a businessman, and a parent, I try not to miss any details, before I make a conclusion about things. So I'm just probing this right now, and just for a mistake. Sometimes you got to probe things for mistakes. Now, you see what I
Yeah.
mean? Even if you believe one thing, you still need to probe that concept for mistakes, possible errors, possible. You need to, what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that they should stay away from trying to talk about what we go through as a people when they come here as foreigners. They should be they should really be wanting to give us the praise for saluting them and getting them where they at. If they really supported us, they would do something for us where we're at. Now it's good to get back home, but you here. We made you here. They didn't make you there.
Right. And I guess the ultimate question would be, can Michael Blackson open up a school in the United States of America?
There's plenty of other
He
people.
opened
There's
up
plenty of
in
other people
Nigeria,
that's
right?
doing it. There's plenty
What's
of
the
other people.
difference? But you know what I would argue? You know what I would argue about? I mean, he explained it already. There are differences. Look, and there's probably differences in the rules, regulations, all kinds of stuff. Look, he said that in Nigeria or in his homeland, I guess he's speaking about, because there are some differences maybe from nation to nation, but I think there's some generalities too. But let's say he said when you're in Africa, when you're poor, you're poor. Then when you're rich, you're rich. There's no middle class. And when you're poor, you're looked down on. And that's it. In America, there's a middle class, and still you could go from being poor to being a millionaire, right? So you could build a school. I interpret that to mean you could build a school in Africa, but you know, that's not the same thing as building one in America. Because in Africa, it probably just takes some money, right? In America, it takes more than just some money, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
you need
what is the school that they're building like? You know what I'm saying? Like in the United States, you're not just building a school. A school doesn't just it's not based on the same type of need. More schools are needed in Africa for many more people that don't have, because the poor is greater, the poverty is greater. So when he says I built a school, he means, man, I built a building with some tables and a teacher, two people that's willing to show up every day and teach the kids that mathematics and the ABCs, something basic. When you say that in the United States, that's not what anybody means when they say building a school.
No, it's not.
Right?
No.
Yeah.
And
So,
I believe also it's taking them away from their African concepts when they bring that European schoolage and way of learning.
well, I don't know what they teaching in there, as far as language, but I hear you though, that could be happening in some
Yeah.
areas too. But I
Because
just mean generally speaking, when he says I built a school, he's not saying, it doesn't mean the same thing as building a school in the US. It's just two different things. The needs are different. And so what I'm trying to get at is like, I agree with you though. When people are speaking, it's important to recognize that he is who he is, and he's not claiming to speak for African Americans. He's claiming to be an African, telling you through comedy some of the experience of that. Michael Blackson, the Nigerian, what that's like. He's going to get teased a little bit, and how is he going to deal with that? And he's going to tease you back a little bit, and say some fun, he's going to get dirty and tease you back. And but he's not saying he's African American. He's just saying he's a brother of African Americans, right? Isn't that pretty much it?
I don't even know if we can. I
mean,
hear
is he
you.
is he an enemy?
Yeah, but
Is he an enemy, bro? Is he doing something wrong
do I
intentionally?
feel like he is one?
Right.
Yeah, I do. Not because of this video. Like I said, my own views on Michael Blackson. Like, yeah, I never seen this, but I've seen the way he conducts himself around. I feel like when he on a Wild and Out show and other comedians outshine him and they talk down him, he has a disdain, hatred for certain types of
Are you
black
serious,
folks.
man? You being
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah.
What about all the? I don't see it that way, man. I see him as being a minority in the situation, bro. Just
He is. He is
you
the
know,
minority of the situation because he works amongst blacks and a few whites, but they all consider him African. You feel me? Especially him spending so much time in America. I think he was raised in New Jersey or something like that.
right? But that's what I'm saying. But
Philly.
Do they consider him African because they will only accept him as African, or
I haven't
do
seen
they?
him play nothing black. I haven't seen him play an American yet. I haven't seen him. Only time he talks as if he's American is when he's doing sit downs like this. Everything else is mother
But does he
sucker.
sound American? He don't sound Black American to me.
He sounds like the African that learned how to speak proper English here. Like the
Yeah, but
average.
that's not African American
No, he
vernacular.
doesn't
What
have
he
he doesn't
speaks.
have our slang
So
yeah, he
I don't
doesn't
think
bravado.
he's, to me, I'm surprised if he was really raised. Maybe because his accent is kind of thick. I've met plenty of Africans. I could not tell that they were African and not African American. They speak local DC African American dialect
Mhm.
out of DC. They dress like it, but if you ask, if just the conversation happened to come up, then they would tell you, and
Yeah.
and they may have come there as teenagers or something, but they adapt to the culture. You wouldn't even know anything different from them, brother. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
you would
you had to
know
go to their
nothing.
house. You had to go to their house and see their parents and eat some food.
No, because listen, we're making it. We're imagining what an African's experience is too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying others don't imagine any experience about us. They do. There's a lot of imagination, not always accurate. A lot of misnomers. But there's some that come as teenagers by themselves,
Yeah.
no family.
Yeah. Shout out to my boy Cecil.
Yeah,
Uh,
you see what I'm
you
saying?
know, yeah,
It's not
I know him
one.
like that. So like I said,
Yeah,
I just got out of dating a girl a couple years back from Sierra Leone. She's a first generation. Her parents were here. They talk crazy no, about me being black, but they found out that I was the reason why their daughter was so taken care of. Then they want to, prep me up. Oh, he good guy, but they don't know me like that. They just know, kind of like how, girlfriend sugarcoat little things like that. Then
right. Okay.
I had to, like I said, like you said, I went to Job Corps. My homeboy Cecil, he came through, and man, he was one of the coolest Africans I ever met from Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? And but when I meet their parents, every time I meet their parents have a higher um state of being for their state of mind for their children. Like, why are you with him? Why do you do this? Who is this? Why is
Yeah,
this?
but
And it
a
makes
lot
it
of times, bro, a lot of times the parents have un unobtainable concepts that the children even understand are unobtainable. So a lot of times the children can be like they don't understand. The parents don't understand. You see what I mean?
yeah,
Like, and so there can be some conflict there also. And there definitely is, man. There definitely is. I could tell you that much. But again, I'm not trying to remove away the dynamic that there's misunderstanding or that there's problematic misunderstanding. There is problematic misunderstanding, but I think where we might not want to do is we may not want to imagine what the experience is like in terms of it being a monolith either. Like it, and also it's not wise for them to see our experience as a monolith either. You see what I mean? Because
uh-huh.
they might be confused. You see, um, about like we know the DC Virginia is kind of is DC and Virginia can have some differences now, but
Yeah,
in terms of the black population, they're very similar,
that's
right?
right.
There's some long or standing, traditional similarities, and connections there that don't really change on the East Coast, not in the South, and not in that area. Maryland, Virginia, and DC, they're very, they
Even
have
somewhat North Carolina. I'll even
right.
take you North
Also,
Carolina.
yeah, exactly. There's some tighter bonds there, you could say, and similarities and knowledge about each other. So we're not that, far off from understanding each other or anything, in terms of our values and how we do things, Um, but sometimes there can be differences. Like, we may not be the same as somebody growing up in some other place, Los Angeles, for example, right? New York,
Yeah,
for example, right?
yeah. That's why I say I disconnect myself with that. Like I said, I lived there. I've been in the atmosphere. I've been to California. And I have, for the way I was raised from Virginia, Baltimore, North Carolina. Nothing I align with morally can come from those regions for me.
All right. I wish Tar could come back up here though, but to just talk about this. But yeah, I mean, from listening to this, I mean, I wouldn't condemn him personally, but I would implore him to dialogue also more about that those differences.
And it don't sound too bad. But you know what he's saying.
I know I think I know what he's saying. That's the problem, and I think like it can come off in another way as well.
And he right
Because
to a degree too, because like I said, we do have the opportunities to, you start at McDonald's, you go on McDonald's. You can be the manager of McDonald's. It does go like that.
he may not even mean it in a bad way either. What he's
Yeah.
saying, if it's
Yeah.
he may not even mean it. He might be, because you think about it. Look at who he is, man. He came from another place, came to America obviously for a need, and now he's successful beyond belief, and he's part of the upper class of his homeland now because of his experience in the U.S. So he's saying, from his view, you can make it, right? There's opportunity. And so he does have an obligation to send that message out. But it's also, in general, like I said, entertainers can miss a lot of stuff too in terms of communication. There's still the vast majority of people not going to have Michael Blackson's experience. The vast amount of
Man, he's
African
at one.
Americans.
He's at 1 in a million,
He's in it.
and
Yeah,
he set the example for all. And that's why I
exactly.
don't like that. And then for him to say, well, he upper class in his area. So what that mean you're gonna be doing with the bottom class in your area in
Well,
Africa?
but check this out though. Check this out, Ralph. You raising right. We getting somewhere with this dialogue. Now check this out. But what's the difference with him and another Black American entertainer saying the same damn thing? You can do anything in America. Don't they say that too? Yes, Don
Yeah,
King.
man.
Don
Yeah,
King was
man.
like,
That's crazy.
America. No matter what you think, the USA is the best place on He sold his whole boxing shit on that.
And you're right. That's what I said. I almost
You gonna
said
kick
something, but
Don King out?
I had to quiet down. I had to quiet down because, like I said, the only thing that you can do is make us feel more American. If you're not going to change the laws or the religious concepts and views we have here, it's not you can do.
Hold on. Check this out, Ralph. America, Don King.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my, that nigga Don King.
Oh my, look, he uses the N-word while introducing Donald Trump. Hold on. Now, I'm sure he says something about being American, boy, somewhere. I gotta find it. But he used to always say that, man. And he is a damn crook. But I'm not dissing him now. But that's what people say.
I said that's what America's built on: stealing, lying,
Look, here we
manipulating.
go. Only in America. Hold on, y'all.
One era begins, another one ends. We gotta make amends to go on the greater dividends. Don King, working for a day when all people would be clothed in dignity. Only in America.
All right. Oops. Oh, I'm gonna have to cut that out. He used to say only in America. I don't know where the clip is, man, but everybody knows.
I know what you
Don
said
King.
because he screamed it.
He used to scream it. That was his motto, man. He used to sell that. That was his brand. Only in America. So should we kick Don King out?
Yeah.
All right, you being fair, Ralph. I see you in the room. You in the room for absolute fairness.
Yes, I am. Get him gone.
Damn, you spared nobody, bro.
Because it's the narrative, man. They make the narrative look so bad, man.
Look, I'm not making it up either, man. I'm not trying to say I'm not. I understand what Tar was saying about Michael Blackson's comment and yours, but then again, if we're going to check for faults in there somewhere, why do we have Don King? And if we had a Don King, we got loads of Don King babies.
Who you telling?
Shit, we got a whole man.
Who you telling?
They gonna be leaving. Look, half of the African Americans that's doing in the entertainment industry. It must be some part of it got to be by design, but they're gonna leave. They're gonna get that $1 million check, and they're gonna leave there in a Rolls Royce, not made in America, right?
Especially if a black man die.
Not made. Yeah, they're gonna move with the rich people. They're gonna be doing what Michael Blackson said in the first place. Look, Michael Blackson said in Africa is poor, it's only rich and poor. In America, it's strong middle class. Do the black entertainers want to live with the middle class?
No.
See, you see, and those are black Americans, man. Those are African Americans. So, all right, here we
You
go.
can't even get whites to do that.
Whites don't even, man. White will get rich and be right in the same house they built and gave it to their kids. The same house their parents bought, live right there, middle class. Because that middle class looks good when it's white.
We're gonna call that 50-50.
Okay.
You call that 50-50 because
you call the cap on that one.
Yeah, because a little it's some like we got spots out here like Dinwiddie and all that old torn down houses, everything look crazy out here, right? The white people stick together, dirt broke, Section 8, food stamps, welfare, everything, all crack, dope, meth. That's their area.
Is that middle class though?
It can be a little further back.
Yeah, that's
it can
Virginia
be further back. It turns into like Chesterfield.
Welfare office. You're gonna be in the government. You that kind of white person. You're gonna be out there. All right, but all right, Andrea, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, what's up? What's up? What you thinking?
That was a lot in the video clips and stuff like that. You know, I think you know if we've been living in this country long enough, you know, we should have been able to see this coming with white America, you know, being upset about all the stuff that they deem as taking their jobs and doing all this stuff, you know. I mean, at the same time, though, it comes across as someone trying to be put fear in people, and I'm just kind of like not liking that part. I mean, you know, we know they're going to say a particular thing. You know, white folks.
You talking about the Saka communities or what?
Them and them, and then Trump talking about a bloodbath and all stuff. You know, that's just how they do what they do, right? And it's never a new thing with them. This is not new. I mean, you know, they've been trying to do all this stuff, you know, and trying to roll things back and do all this. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast with them. I mean, it's nothing is new under the sun with them. I mean, to me, they don't even have secret societies because that's what they do, right? They can call them secret societies all they want to.
Yeah, secrets out.
But it's not. Yeah, I mean, it's not like we haven't known that they do these things, right? That's why they want to be on the police departments and in politics and stuff like that, so they can always control the narrative of whatever's being said or spoken out here. Now they have it to where I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know even you guys saw this, but now they got it. That since Putin has said that, you know, Jesus is black, now these damn Zionists over there, including the Ben Shapiro's of the world, are saying now it's anti-Semitic to say Jesus is black. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's stupid. Or I saw this article where it says,
we're about to cover that.
Yeah, that says that they are instead of, so when they're doing like if there's a crime or whatever, they're not trying to identify people as being black anymore. They're saying they're white. So they're not having accurate numbers and how they're labeling the crime or who's doing the crime. So there's all this stuff that they're trying to do. They don't want to be shown that they're actually doing things to people of color or black people in particular. So they're doing everything they can to cover up and hide the numbers of what they're doing here. So, I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, it's just this constant, which I don't understand why there's this obsession with us as if we have the political or any kind of means to do anything so drastically harmful to them, right? It's never been that way here in America, right? Never. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've had slave rebellions and all that kind of stuff. That's nothing compared to what they could do with the drop of a bomb. And it just doesn't compare. So I don't understand why this obsession and being so upset with, and it's black people in particular. It's not even the other groups of people, honestly. It is not. It is us that they're upset about. And it's amazing. You know, that kind of obsession is weird and crazy, right? Because I mean, what are we doing that is causing this angst within them, outside of now the truth is being told about their particular behaviors. Truth is being told about our history and what we contributed to not just this country, but around the world. Truth is being told. And if that is what the upsetting is, well, then you should have told the truth to begin with, right? All these years and hundreds of years and thousands of years, you've been lying. Now that all this stuff is coming to light, that you've been lying all this time, you're having all these convulsions and conniption fits because the emperor has no clothes. That's what it's coming down to, right? I mean, it's just sad that, you know, they always want to use these scare tactics to make people, oh, you know, it's gonna be a bloodbath if I don't win. Well, man, it was a bloodbath before you. Who are you? You know, people. This is, you know, what do you think the Civil War and all this stuff was for? I mean, it's like you're setting some new precedent. I mean, go sit your little dumbass down somewhere, right? It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate that, you know, they out there blowing their little whistle, you know, hey, you know, it's time to rally, it's time to come. Man, y'all been doing that. You've been trying to find a way to get rid of people who you consider dregs of society. You did it. Yes. You've done it multiple times over and over and over and over again. This is not new.
Reagan did it. Nixon did it. Bush did it.
And every time, and every time they plaster a black man's face as the you know, was that Willie Horton? Oh, look at him. Look, you know, all these black faces. They even what's his name? He was a Democratic man for the caucus or something like that. I can't remember. Even he did that. You know, always putting our face out there as the people to fear. And it is not as they need to look in the mirror. They're the ones who are killing them. And I guarantee you, Negro Ralph, that those numbers that they were showing of who was murdering who, their numbers far surpass us. They just don't want to. Yeah, they don't want to put it down there because they want us to be seen as the most evil and murderous. Like Candace Owens said, we're the most murderous people. Like, girl, what are you talking about? We haven't had the means to be the most murderous people. What are you talking about, girl? Stop. But that's it's this mindset all the time.
If we were the most murderous people, right? They would have been.
You're kind of muffled. You're kind of.
You're muffled up, Ralph.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. I turn the volume down. Okay, if we were the most murderous group of people, right? They would have been banned guns in America statewide. Okay.
Yeah.
They know deep down inside, you know, white violence. You know, like just look at the history that they gave us from the late 70s till now, even from the, you know, the Western movies. The Western movies show you they will kill each other faster than anybody for gold or horse. Take your girl. The white man has shown that he's been about violence all through America. How can black people become more violent than the white man? And this white man has done nothing but promote ignorance, violence, stereotypes, and gangs.
And they've been doing it for all these years. I mean, this is it's not brand new. So I mean, I understand Tar's concern. I understand him and Jay's concern. I understand. But we have to know who you know. It'd be one thing if they were doing something different. It's the same playbook. They just think they're playing a different game, but it's the same playbook. They haven't changed anything on how they're doing anything. They're just, you know, they think they're doing things behind the curtain and they're not. You know, it's not new to us. I mean, I'm just thinking we just have to, like you said, you know, we can arm ourselves to the best of our ability, you know, you know, and do what we can to protect our families and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you know, they look. Didn't they used to have laws where we couldn't even own a gun, or even, and if we had a gun, you couldn't have no ammunition. Well, I mean, they've always tried to stop us. You couldn't sue them. You couldn't do all these things. You couldn't, you know, be a witness against white people. All these things, you know. So this is not new, and you know, I like I said, I understand their concern, but
I understand the concern too. But I think the solution is we need to be engaged. And I think when they throw out some of the fear tactics, it's designed to make us not engage, to feel like we can't engage, to make us feel like it's. And I believe like because when you ask, let's say for example, people might like Trump, but are you going to vote? And I think a lot of people, when you talk about voting, a lot of times you hear a lot of people, they split between voting. This certain sector, they don't emphasize voting, because if you emphasize voting, then you talk about voting.
Mm-hmm.
Period. You talk about voting no matter what. It's not, you don't talk about voting just because it's your candidate that you like. You talk about the importance of voting in the system, to be engaged in the system, because there
Mm-hmm.
can't be one or the other. You can't have it both ways. If you think it's important to vote to get Trump in office, then vote. And then you
Mm-hmm.
have to talk about voting. And then you have to submit that you think it's important to vote on all levels for all things. That's a primary form of engagement. So I
Mm-hmm.
think that there's some issues there, where when you want to talk about fear campaigns and things like that, you find out that there's a certain level of people in there that actually they don't even believe in voting, and I'm not
Mm-hmm.
talking about people that believe in Trump necessarily, or, I'm talking about people that
In
go
general,
more
they
into
won't
the
vote.
disinformation. Yeah, and there's a lot of Americans that don't vote,
I used
right?
to
Mm-hmm.
be like that.
Now, how you going to be an American citizen not voting and complaining about immigrants?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Mm-hmm.
It just don't make no sense. Your
You're
problem
right.
is just
Listen,
coming.
I didn't start talking crap about them until I started voting. So yeah, I agree with that.
Or any other issue. How you going to have a problem with any other issue and you're not voting? Because by God, it's going to happen because of votes. Any law is going to happen because of votes. You know, that's how the law works in that
Yeah.
country. And go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then just look at it again. Even when you're talking about who are they trying to disparage in that area?
Mhm.
They're trying to shut down. They shut down multiple voting places here in the state of Texas that were in predominantly black areas. Right?
Mhm.
They're doing. They try to do that in Georgia. You can't even give anybody water in line. You can't give what? Who does that? Who thinks that to the nth degree like that? That says you're going to be fined or you can go to jail for feeding somebody or giving somebody some water in line. Who does that? I mean, it's this all this thing. Oh, we're going to stop the early voting because they know that that's what we do, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's not everybody else they're doing this to. It's constantly the black community who they're trying to disparage from doing any particular thing, and it's unfortunate that again, I don't understand what the obsession is, right? I don't.
Another thing, think about this, is how they communicate. This information is a form of communication,
Mm-hmm.
designed to get you to not be engaged, right? To feel
Mm-hmm.
helpless, feel like you can't do anything. And then think about it like this: how we have our discussions about FBA, Africans, Caribbeans, how we have the conversation. Are we having the conversation where everybody can be a part of the conversation fairly,
Right.
to bring the real information out versus the things that aren't really accurate? You see, I mean, it can only happen in an environment where we're willing to be fair with each other and respectful with each other, so that the cream of it can rise, which is the
Mm-hmm.
real information, this the necessities. But you will see people out here in their form of communication. It's designed to stop communication, to stop input, to stop information. You see, so again, it's stopping people from engaging each other, stopping people from communicating with each other, for a reason. It can't be just like an accident, or even if it's not on purpose, it could be toxic. Maybe it's just bad behavior and you're just in an uncontrollable cycle, or it's on purpose. You see, but either way, being engaged trumps that. Showing up trumps not showing up.
So, hey Tom, I'm gonna tell you this, y'all. I'm gonna try to give you some hope. I'm gonna say something to you. This is gonna be real far left. I'm talking about real far left. Y'all might even say, Ralph, shut up. But this is gonna be real far left. I don't believe this is no plan really against the blacks at this point in time because they already have us on lock. This is a lashing towards the white woman. Um, if you look at what's promoted, if we're talking about all these scenarios that we didn't brought up, right? The face of it all is the white woman. The funding is the white man. The face of it all is the white woman. White woman tell you your dramatic news with her scared face, her scared tactics. The white woman has always been underneath the white man, forced to do what he says. And if you don't get in line, you're gonna have to fall in line. We're just randoms. These laws are not made to have white men become less superior. They're going to cut these marriage laws, these alimonies, spousal support, all of this child support funding. If you're going to do it, it's going to be directly to the kid. The kids are getting out, they get their own cards. Now, I know I'm going kind of off topic, but that is a way to control women. And who else is, I know we joke or whatever, but if you want to exterminate the white man, you got to get to their women. They used to say, black and the berry sweeter than juice, but if it's white, it's all right. So they'll go get a white woman, make these half-breed children and force you to understand culture. But they want us to stop integrating. Like it said in that video, it wants us to stop integrating with each other, mixing breeds, whatever. The Bible states that is wrong. Like the Hebrew Israelites say, it's wrong. So they want their white women back. So this is about them checking these white women, getting these white hoes back in check.
Yeah. I'm gonna pop out and come back in. I need to put my another headset on. I'll be right back.
Hey, I'm opening up the new stream now. It's because it's about to be 6 o'clock, so we can talk about everything. In this chapter, and we're going to start off with Mike. We can carry over with Michael Blackson. But we're gonna do the breaking news because there's been a lot of breaking news all this week that we haven't covered. So you see that link down there on the screen? That's the next. I'm about to open that stream up. So everybody, hope to see y'all over there.
And Brother Todd, before it's over with, hey, look, check this out. I know you're a wise man, but that Bible does state, it said that the black man, that everybody's gonna want the black man's penis, gonna be long, our women gonna be robust, everybody gonna say it's a sex objects, and everybody stiff-necked, stiff people. So biblically, they're comparing that narrative to America. And they're gonna use it as that, back to cattle slavery.
Ralph, I think there's something true about what you're saying, Antar, but I do understand what you mean. I like how you frame that too, man. And they may not have liked you using the word hoe, but I mean, I see them. They want to turn away. They
want to run to us, talking about, come pull that meat out. That's what I'm talking about.
That's the first thing they go to. Look, if they talking about getting back or breeding and all of that stuff, the first thing they talking about is enslaving her ass. Dragging her ass back here. You mine. This is what you're gonna do. All right, now. All right. So, all right, everybody, over to the next stream. It's called Breaking News. Peace. It's in the chat, y'all. Peace.